Why, hello there, everybody. Hello, hello. Bum, ba-dum, bum, bum, ba-dum, bum. Ah, hey, how's it going, Teddy, bro? How you doing? Oh, goodness. I need another haircut. My hair is getting a bit hard to manage. Oh. Anyway, let's play a video game. I like the video game. Load. Continue. Right. So when we left off, we were gonna have some nice, sexy bikini beach time until a body got discovered. And it was Mahiru. She's fucking dead. So, let's see. Before I go actually into investigating, I'm gonna just go with gut instinct and like some assumptions I have about the case. People I don't think are gonna be the killer would be Hiyoko, because she fucking loves Mahiru and she just ran away crying, not knowing anybody else was there. I don't think it's Fuyuhiko either. And I don't think it's Soda. The reason I don't think it's them is because of how the body announcement thing works, where after the first 3 people see it, then the announcement gets done. And those are the only 3 where it's likely that they have seen the body, because anybody else would immediately bring it up to the rest. Whereas Hiyoko would just be too sad. Fuyuhiko doesn't want anything to do with the rest, so it makes sense for him not to tell them. And well, Soda was the 3rd. So I don't think it's them. I have no good leads on who it could be, but that's because the investigation hasn't started yet. Completely wild guess is, I'm going to say Sonia. Simply because we got to learn about her love for serial killers, and I think because of the motive, I think, with that little video game it had stuff to do with like a ghost, like the occult, essentially, which is also her point of interest. That's literally the only thing I'm based on. It's not at all a good lead, but anyway, let's see what actually happened. I'll miss you, Karen. Talk on that.
Damn it!
Yo, what's up, BP? Good job not being dead yet.
Are you kidding me?
Also, thanks for the resub. I should probably acknowledge that. Thanks for the 45 months. Much appreciated, buddy.
Oh.
Oh, there you go. She's realized it. Ooh. They had to change? What? They're not gonna do a murder investigation in their bikinis? Well, that's a disappointment.
Huh?
The hell is this? It's a dead body.
this?
Their pill faces, still intact, still intact, still intact.
Hold it.
Hold on a second.
What? See?
We have footprints?
Huh?
We have actual footprints.
What the? You serious? That's right.
Don't worry, all you really missed so far is like, no way, it's happening, what? It happened again? What do you mean we're gonna have a class trial? What? Why Mahiru? No. Yeah. There we go. Plug you in so you have audio. Yay! I will continue my video game. Aw, you enjoy the blanket.
Enjoy my ass.
I will enjoy your ass. I mean, what? Punchy, hi. Hi, pumpkin. It's clearly not impossible on the murder island.
Hey, hey!
Yes, she accidentally ran her head into that doorknob right there. That's what happened. Definitely not the baseball bat.
Like...
Hey, what's up, Tims? There is indeed another death. And yeah, suicide is considered a murder. They pulled that in the first game. And you just kind of have to point to the victim as also the murderer.
What's this? I don't like this.
Ooh, 10 days off. Or 10 days of work. I think that, yeah, I think I read that wrong. I think you mean 10 days of work. That sucks. I'm sorry to hear that.
No
Just 10 days in a
way.
row. Yikes.
So... It's the Monokuma file! Do your best.
Investigation time.
Hey!
Perhaps...
15 days, no break. Yikes. That is, I think.
So basically... Why?
Damn it!
Hey. 'Cause it's bad. Well,
Shieki knows what's up.
killing. Understood. I'm gonna do it! Perhaps.
Yes, let's investigate. Akane, you protect the body from anyone trying to destroy evidence, because you're not the sharpest tool in the shed.
Hey.
I'm the only one who can do this, except the other people on this island. But you're the protagonist, so you are indeed the only person who can do this. Yum. Isn't the protagonist the real murderer? If you stopped advancing the story, no one would die. Yeah. So I guess since I'm the one pressing the A button, I'm the real murderer here. Hey Punchy. You keeping an eye on her? Yeah. Punchy's just absorbing Kid A as she's doing stuff in the kitchen. Cute. But still, 3 PM. Just arrived. So either Fuyuhiko saw it really quickly after the death, or he is actually the killer and there was a third person who saw the body and just didn't report it. We'll see. Ooh.
How suspicious. See? Well?
Hey.
It's not that weird, guys, that there's footprints leading out of the beach house, considering there were 2 people before you who saw her.
Huh?
Well...
Maybe...
But still...
Just compare her footprints, dude.
Huh?
It appears...
It could very much be Hyoko's. Alright, first things first, let's dig through the trash. Ooh. Ooh. Wait, why do I get that as a truth bullet? Okay. Hi, Punchy. What are you doing?
She's being attacked.
Little lap. Sure.
Yep. Well, hey, hey.
I mean, considering it got presented as the motive, obviously.
That's wrong.
That's right, you're not a real gamer, idiot.
Hmm.
Shots. Peckle, peckle.
However,
Closet is open. I mean, probably someone hiding in there. Oh, we're looking in the closet. Nice. Sus on Sonya growing. Just by the fact that there's wetsuits here. But I'd have to double check if there's any at the store.
I've been found.
Aha! Who cares about the murder case? I need to find coins. Really? I can't. Okay. Can I not investigate the wetsuits?
I'm so
Okay.
sorry.
Fine, I'll solve this in the way that the game wants me to.
I know.
It might just be a red herring anyway. Here, go love those things. Okay.
Only one person can fit in here, my ass.
Yeah, I was gonna say, this is fucking huge.
At least 2 or 3. Oh,
Jeez. Bloodstains. Alright, happened there. She was dragged to the door or something. Or she tried to run. Hifumi did it. Clearly, there's anime here.
Could it be? Huh?
the whole country's full of weeds.
She lives in a country of weebs. I will never visit there.
How do you know you don't
It
already
cannot
live
be.
there? No, I can't. Netherlands is bigger.
I am sorry. It appears.
I wouldn't call it pretty, but sure. There's a cat in a box. He's cute.
Man.
How are the drinks gonna come into play? You alright? Alrighty. Is there anything I have missed?
Oh.
Don't think so. Okay, apparently there are things I've missed.
Have you talked to Ibuki?
Yeah. She's just
God.
I'm sorry. You're so evil. Got it?
Punchy, what
Yeah,
are you
she's back there.
what are you doing? Alright, you're down here now.
If the stream suddenly cuts out, know that it was our cat.
Yeah. Can you please get out here, baby? I kinda don't want you in there. Punchy. Hi. Thanks for coming out. Holy shit, that's spacious. Oh no, you fell over. Oh no. Baby, please, don't go that way. Thank you. She's really cute, but she's also really naughty. Alrighty. we're good. Thanks for picking up the pussy.
Don't say it like that. I make the pussy feel good.
What? Leave it to me. Now then. I'll beat you up.
Oh.
Thanks for the info.
All right.
Now crush my head between your juicy thighs. Oh,
Your
goodness.
balance sucks. Make sure your stance is wider.
You're a lot heavier than I expected.
Muscle's heavy, yo.
Yeah, because I'm so buff. Like, every time I get a massage, they tell me I'm just a mass of muscles.
A massage, huh? Do you have a trainer or something since you're the ultimate gymnast?
Nah, I don't have a trainer. My stepmom's lovers like to get drunk and give me full body massages.
I know. I know. Poor child.
Oh, you're so ridden by a man, honey.
Yep.
So, how's the window?
Let's see. So that's
Yeah, the other way around would make a lot more sense.
Did you find anything?
Well, since there's this iron bar, I was pretty sure no one would be able to get through the window. But check it out.
Check it out. Hold on. I'll give it a try.
This iron bar ain't even pinned down. Looks like you can open and close it pretty easy. See? My head can fit through, no problem.
Then, it's not impossible to go in and out of that window?
Yep. Hmm. Huh? Like,
Probably BB.
so... I got it. Why? You pissed me off. You.
Hmm. I have to play the video game again. Yeah, you're a wild animal, little baby. Yeah. Oh, you're so cute.
Actually,
That's literally the only one, Tims. Because it's based on a video game within a video game, essentially. And they say it's like, yes, this video game is entirely based on real people and stories. But yeah, it's that arcade cabinet that was in the back just now. It was the only picture like that. Toilet. You still bullying there?
Who's bullying who?
I don't know.
I'm playing.
Sounds good.
She's bullying me because I'm not actually hurting her. It's untied and still use her blood.
Exactly. When video game characters play games, it's actually the real world.
Yep. So... let's go.
She's gonna teach me how to play the game. Hell yeah.
Hello there.
Hello, Nagito. You're here for your bullshit. Excellent.
Why?
Well,
Yeah.
amazing.
Yeah, who let him out?
Yeah, who? Whomst.
Hmm.
Now.
It's Monami!
Yes.
That's...
Now. But
It's a rabbit.
So, this one's a rabbit, yeah.
That's right!
The pink one is sorta good, I guess, but still up to something. But then the black and white one is just evil.
man, now then.
Hmm.
That doesn't answer the question. I guess.
Hey, hey.
And the white part's just for looks. He's a piece of shit.
Video game. Video game. Alright, be my walkthrough.
Huh? Well... want me to tell you? See? That's right.
Down 5 drinks.
Yep. Nope.
Do we have to play through the entire game again?
No.
Good.
Yep.
Alright. I do love how they just didn't bother to give them names. They're real A, B, C, D, and E.
Mm-hmm.
Will I be able to reach the truth? Oh, these girls are so good to each other.
Yes, babe?
What's up? What do you want? Yo, what up, girlie? Yeah, girl is super tall, dude. I've got a bad feeling about this. So here, can we get? I think she's fucking dead. Kya! Mm-hmm. Game-related truth bullets. Fun times. This is gonna be an interesting trial. Girl E. We're just gonna be discussing the game during this trial at this point. And someone's gonna be like, what does that have to do with anything? Uh-huh. A murder among high school girls. It's all her fault. All her fault that she died. Hello, Guy F.
That shit game.
Shit game.
That's right. Yep. See? Perhaps.
Good job, Monokuma, you did it. You made a shit game.
I did.
Well, piss it off. People that like the actual game. Mm-hmm. Okay.
See?
Miracle! Ta-da! By the way... Phew. Isn't that wonderful? Too bad.
So, guess it was for you, kid, then.
Aww.
Once again, don't tell me if I'm right, chat. Never tell me if I'm right or wrong. I'll find out. I'm left. Yeah, damn right I'm left. Top left. Sure.
Hey, hey. Leave it to me.
Hello there. You caught me? Man. Well... You don't know? Bye now.
Why would they listen to you, Nagito? I'm teaming up with Chiaki on this one. Oh, yo, you're still here. What's up?
Hey, hey.
First Islander. True! Being tied up and all. But he's also Nagito. Yeah, Yuriko wouldn't want to come, and my hero is dead. But yeah, that makes yeah, if this is supposed to be the leading motive, I don't see how it could be anyone other than Yuriko, just based on the fact that the Kusuryu name was in there twice. There was only 2 characters that were related in the thing. There's only one guy did the killing, and it was based on non-fiction. What could that mean? The murder already happened. Or it was non-fiction and Megan. Anyway.
Wow. Sorry.
What?
Why the fuck would you believe him?
What the? Jeez!
Wait!
I love Nagito's bullshit. I do. Oh, she's such a good girl. She actually didn't play it.
Hey, hey.
Anyway, girl B is totally Hiyako. Since she's the one constantly insulting people. But if it was based on real events and Mahiru played it, that would explain why she acted the way she did. It's not your fault, honey.
Why, you? Oh.
Yes, I know. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
Gaming.
Board gaming. Oh.
Guitar!
I mean, if you wanted to go that way, but sure.
Oh. Oh! I see, I see. That's totally it! Aww.
I see. You don't know?
Yeah, makes perfect sense.
But still.
Huh?
He totally did.
How mean. No, that's wrong. Isn't that right?
No, that's wrong.
It's obvious. Well... Hey.
That's weird. Bye!
Pretty sus.
Now then. Bye now.
See?
Can we just drag Ryuko out of his cottage and take what he had? I want to see it. Bye bye, gals. You two behave, okay? I can just do the thing. Ooh. That's where the last one is.
Yeah. Why is her room cooler than yours too?
Even Mahiru's room's cooler. She's like super normal.
Yep.
She likes taking pictures.
and talking to managers.
True.
Yeah, fuck that. Come on.
No.
Oh, it's a chapter. Considered a chapter 2 one. Yeah, that makes sense.
I don't know if there's one in Byakuya's room though. Maybe?
Maybe. I should check that out. Who's that? Who's that? Who that person? Who this?
Hey, hey.
But why would she have it when Fuyuhiko had it earlier? Maybe they both got some.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. In the video game. Hope the anime is not making you too crazy. Nah, man, I'm already crazy. And I've consumed plenty of anime throughout my life. Can handle some more.
But still.
Mm-hmm. I am a weep. How you doing, Zelny?
Oh. Hmm.
It is a weed.
Mm-hmm. Alright, so if the murder on Girl E actually already happened in the game, my hero would be considered Girl D. Which makes sense, because she's the one taking pictures. So it wouldn't necessarily be Fuyuhiko. But maybe it would be. Although that could still be Fuyuhiko's sister. How would you want to do that? I don't know.
See?
Maybe I'm overthinking it at this point. I don't know when and when I shouldn't give this game credit.
Yep.
Alright, send that from Ryuko.
Wait. Time out.
The reason girl did what she did was because... Yeah, okay. Hang on. Yes. There, now it makes sense that why she has the envelope.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, hey. Yep.
Yo, what up? I just smile every time he shows up now. Because you know it's about to get awkward.
Bow to me. Actually...
So,
Yep.
yep.
Bye, Chiaki.
What? Bye now.
Yeah, it makes sense to just be in there. Not too far. Whew. Yo, what up, Gundam? How you doing, buddy?
So, what happened, sinner? Fine. I can see it! Nature, the collective will of the world.
The poor boy just wanted to be invited. He just wanted to have fun with us. You wanted beach time. You're such a good boy. Alright. Yeah, what up?
Now...
My.
Whoa! Hello there. What the heck?
Big news.
Oh,
She has discovered something very terrible. What you got?
Big news.
Big news. Huge, huge news.
See? Listen. Well? is in order. Hey,
Mm-hmm. Is there once again a serial killer among us?
anyway.
We're so cool, we're so clever. Ah,
We made a video game.
this is the part of writing that I just can't stand with Danganronpa. It likes to smell its own farts so
Yep.
hard, dude. It likes to smell its own farts so hard.
That's such a good way of
That's
saying
weird.
it.
However,
Should we really just leave a body sitting there? Well, yeah, the crime scene needs to be intact for everyone to investigate, BB.
as the light of justice shines upon my mask, I expose the hearts of malevolent evil. Justice complete. The center of justice that is pierced by justice. The lead star of justice that shines in the night sky. That would be me. Sparkling justice! Well? What?
It's cringy as fuck.
Do you have a minute? However,
No good can get from getting involved with a serial killer. Mm-hmm.
um... Listen!
Wow.
I...
Honey, there is someone capable of committing such a horrible murder right next to you. His name's Nakito. Ah. Instantly. Combine that with the fact that the original bloodstain was somewhere else. Like, no, she didn't crawl to the door, she was moved there. Or the metal bat was just a distraction and it was the doorknob, which is also bloody. No, you'd have to be pretty dang. No, I would. It's definitely the metal bat. She just said it.
well...
Mm-hmm. Alright, alright, alright. So let's think. Ah. Hey, Vladimir. Thank you, dude. And who's the third? Like, the thing I'm struggling right now is, right now signs are pointing towards Hiyoko or Yuriko. Okay, yeah, I just wanted to make sure that this rule was actually in this game as well, not just in the first one. If one of those two was actually the murderer, because I assume this doesn't count the murderer, that wouldn't make sense. If one of those two was, like, either Hiyoko or Yuriko was the murderer, then who was the third person that discovered the body? Because the first one would be one of them, and then, like, Soda was the one that was the last one to see the body, causing the body discovery announcement. Maybe it doesn't give you that.
Weird.
I have no idea who would possibly be ringing our doorbell at this time, but they are breaking curfew, so I am not opening.
Oh, thank goodness. That's scary. I don't want to go to the door at this hour. There's a curfew.
Because, like, this is not like our front door. This is the door to the complex, which means that it wouldn't even be someone inside of our building normally.
Weird.
Fucking weird. So whatever it is, they can figure it out on themselves. Random people will try to get in. Yeah. Well, I might be anti-curfew, but I don't want people who deliberately don't follow it in there. So. Alright, anyway. Yeah. It's weird.
Yeah, I wish I could do that past a certain hour.
Anyway, back to murder school. So, hey, Big Mela. So right now, I'm thinking either Yuriko just caught wind of their meeting, interrupted it, and murdered her as sort of a revenge. Though I don't know why he would be the one. So I guess Girl E could have been his sister rather than the one killed in the music room, because the deal is whomst is whomst. Or they were gonna, or they knew that Fuyuhiko was the one who killed Girl E, and they wanted to take revenge for their friends. Got overpowered by Fuyuhiko, and yeah, there you go. Maybe Hiyuko was still hiding in the closet at that point. Probably was. Hiyuko was definitely in the closet. Because there was a gummy of hers in there. Anyway. I'll let the trial fill in the blanks.
Yep. Now then. See?
Thank you, Nakito.
Yep. Yep. Well...
Doesn't necessarily mean she's the murderer, but yeah, I figured as much because since she fucking ran away from here.
Perhaps...
Come to think of it, I don't think Monokuma ever clarified the accomplice rule to them, that only the blackened gets to leave. So maybe they didn't even take that into account, if it was indeed Hiyoko and Mayuru wanting to kill Hiyoko.
See?
Well, I'm glad that the game just spelled it out for me like that, but I had already figured it out based on a conversation from earlier with Hiyoko. Ding dong bing bong.
The time for unparalleled hedonism has come to an end. Come,
Okay.
now is the time to fight the decisive battle. The hostility of fresh blood, the insanity of a contest of wits. The class trial is finally raising its curtain. So meet up in front of Monokuma Rock.
It'll be nice to do one of these while not
Once you're
feeling
there,
rushed.
Please proceed to the underground by taking the elevator
Or having to
located
go to bed.
at the secret entrance. I'll see you soon.
Now then. All right.
No.
There is no escape.
It's called Monokuma Rock. Starting to get a decent feel for the island layout. Hajime's daddy long legs. Mount Kilmore. Yep.
Why you?
Sheesh.
Unbelievable.
making me waste my sweet ass time. Yeah, you go get him. We've got quite a lot of unruly students. I did not need this. Just like how I did not need buff DDD, I do not need buff Monokuma. The only thing I need is buff Riku.
Bastard! Anyway, see ya later!
Buff Nikon, please? No. Get out.
Like,
Show some spirit! This too must be the
No.
will of causality.
No swole Mikon. That is a level of horny not allowed here. Oh, let's go talk to some people.
In the town?
In the town! Oh, at Monokuma Rock. What's up, Monami?
alrighty.
Sure, X us right from the beginning. Peckle.
Then... Listen! Because it's bad.
Kinda hope Akane gets killed or does killing at some point. She's kinda dead weight in these investigations. You don't unleash your shit here or else are you going to unleash shit?
What the? Hey!
Damn it!
How you doing, precious child? She's trying so hard. There's a DeviantArt that made all of the DR girls buff.
Oh yeah.
I'm so sorry, BP.
You're so evil!
She's gonna get hurt though. She's too easy of a target. Or is she? Just think, whenever I see this shot, I'm just thinking of how much better this cast is than the first games. Alright, so even though my main susses are for Yuiko and Hiyoko, I am completely open to the fact that it was actually someone else, just based on the 3 persons have to see the body rule, which doesn't make sense to me still. And may never be explained.
So... Impossible!
That is...
No!
Kill time.
Like...
deadly trial, a deadly.
Deadly deception.
Fuck that.
Deadly despair.
Wow, some good parts. Yes, I would quite like to save. Thank you. I forgot to buy more skills.
You can't do that right now?
It's not letting. Oh yeah, open the book. I can do it right now. Wrong one. You. Alright, let's see. Yeah.
Oh, are you looking for stuff that's useful during Hangman's improved gambit?
Essentially, but honestly, I think I will need it the most during the panic talk action, because I feel like I'm gonna suck horribly at that. Yeah, improved.
They knew what they were doing, right?
This is your aiming speed, effective during the non-stop debate, and the improved Hangman's Gambit. I think I'm gonna want that. Alright, I'm gonna see how far I get with that. Oh, that back on. I'm gonna save again, otherwise I will have to set my skills again.
Yeah. Good call.
Right. Let's go.
Now then, let's begin with us during the class try. If you vote correct, I'll punish every. Ooh. Now then, let's first discuss the motive. That masterpiece of gaming.
Masterpiece
Twilight
of gaming.
Syndrome murder case.
What? Who cares about that game?
The outcome of this trial should be determined by whether or not we find Mahiru's killer.
Yes, thanks.
Nevertheless,
Thanks,
we
best
shouldn't
boy.
ignore it. After all, that game is the motive this time.
And apparently the
you're right.
solution.
Then let's try discussing that first.
Or is it?
I'm sure everyone who's beaten the game already knows that it's based on an actual murder case.
Some of us have not beaten that game. Give us a detailed explanation.
It means Twilight Syndrome Murder Case is a non-fiction game. Additionally, some of us are characters in that game too.
Some of us are characters in a video game?
So,
Is it a smelly
I
part?
think it's better if we
That
clarify
one was
who the
light. That one was
characters in
light.
the game are first.
That one at least made sense in context. Koizumi.
I know this part is hard too because it's not necessarily by the name you call them by.
No, I know.
Ibuki, Miota,
Yeah.
Hyoko, Saionji,
Mm-hmm.
Sumiki, Mikan.
Exactly. Mayuri Koizumi, or I think, yeah. I didn't know there was a fifth name. I think I missed Sato the first time I read it. Okay, that makes me less confused.
I see. Girl A is probably Mikan Tsumiki. That timid tone. That definitely sounds like Girl A.
Oh, it makes sense that I don't know who Sato is, because it's fucking Girl E, we've never met her. I think. Yeah.
Based on the list of names in the staff roll, I can't think of anyone else who would be Girl A.
Why am I in a video game? That's an infringement of my right to privacy.
And that's why you should vote Pirate Party in the upcoming election, Dutch boy, to protect your privacy.
Nasty, trashy pig shit like you
Sorry,
doesn't
couldn't
have
resist.
any
Couldn't
privacy
resist.
rights.
Don't bully Mika,
Ah,
you sassy lost
nasty,
child.
trashy pig shit. I feel like I heard that in the game too. Huh?
I see. Girl B was short and foul-mouthed. She's probably Hyoko.
Short and foul-mouthed? That's like the complete opposite of me.
Anyway,
Sure, honey.
let's move on. Next is Girl C. I see. Girl C is Ibuki.
I know Zelda. That's why I said Dutch boy.
Girl, see?
Zelda.
Then I'll see you next Tuesday. Let's move on to Girl D.
I see. Girl D is my hero, the victim in this case. Yeah, that's correct. Let's skip Girl E and talk about Guy F. I see.
Mm-hmm.
Aren't you Guy F, Fuyuhiko?
I was in a game? That's fucking stupid.
That reminds me. Wasn't there another person whose last name was also Kuzuryu?
The sister of Guy F.
Another person?
Who got killed by
It
Girl
was
E?
one of the names on the staff. The names were Sumiki,
Yes.
Koizumi, Saionji, Miota, Sato, Kuzuryu, and then another Kuzuryu.
Hold on. Why do you keep saying there were two Kuzuryus?
It's not like I'm wrong. That's how it's written on the staff roll. Since you beat the game, you probably know what this actually means, right? I can prove it with this. In the game, Guy F, Kuzuryu, mentions that he has a little sister.
What do you mean, little sister?
Well, you see, when your parents fuck after you're already born, you could sometimes get something that's known as a sibling, honey.
This is what Guy F said in the game. It's pretty clear. There's no doubt that Guy F had a little sister. Plus, the sister actually appeared in the game. That's why the name Kuzuryu appeared twice. By the way, what role did Guy F's little sister, the other Kuzuryu, play? You probably noticed, right? I see. The dead high school
She's
girl
trying,
who
I
was
know.
the first victim in the game is the only person I can think of. Based on Guy F's tone in the game, it's clear that Girl E is not his little sister. So if the only person left is the dead high school girl, then she must be Fuyuhiko's sister.
Why do you sound so fucking happy? That's a winning personality you've got there.
Well, he is winning.
Winning personality? Are you praising me? I was being sarcastic, dumbass.
Hey, you said the game is a work of non-fiction. That means Fuyuhiko's little sister is...
Yeah, I have a little sister. Something wrong with that? It's just a fucking game. Don't go mixing up some video game with reality.
It's not just a game. It's definitely based on true events. That's why it's the motive.
Don't go making shit up, bastard! If she was the type to die easy, I'd have fucking killed her myself a long time ago. I mean, when I first entered Hope's Peak Academy, she was mouthing off to me as usual and sent me off. It happened just the other day.
About that, you're probably thinking like that because you've lost your memories.
Shut the fuck up! You be quiet!
I see.
He's having a tough
So
time.
you're never gonna accept that that game is based on true events, huh? Okay, I understand your attitude toward this class trial now.
Nagito, you seem to be doubting Fuyuhiko a lot. Do you suspect he's the killer?
A mystery that easy would make me feel sad. It wouldn't be good enough to serve as everyone's stepping stone. That's why I'd be much happier if Fuyuhiko wasn't the killer.
Okay, you're starting to act weird again.
Anyway, now we've established who all the characters in the game are.
Girl A is Mikan. Girl B is...
Yeah, no, I
the
got it.
first victim in the game.
That's
Yeah,
just
yeah,
a story in a fucking game.
If so, then Girl E is Miss Sato. Could it be the same Miss Sato who likes white rice? I don't know what Sato you're talking about, but I don't think she's relevant to this case.
Maybe it's related to Gundam's last name, since they're both really plain names.
Tanaka may be an ordinary family name, but it's far better than Sato or Suzuki.
Hey, no one cares about that. Hurry up and talk about the mystery of the game.
Thanks for stopping that derail, honey.
you mean, mystery of the game?
My, you don't know. I heard that girl E got killed.
What? No way! Is that true?
Getting killed is so violent, don't you know?
My, such awful times we live in. Why did this happen?
You guys are definitely friends.
So the mystery of the game is the murder of Girl E, correct?
Then let's hurry up and solve it. Let's first figure out why Girl E was killed. I see. The reason Girl E
Did
was
you play
killed
it?
is because
Did
she
you
was the
understand
first
the
victim.
video game?
Which means Girl E was killed as revenge for the dead high school girl. What do you think, Fuyuhiko? Apparently Girl E was killed to avenge your little sister.
You're fucking persistent. I don't care what that game said at all.
But...
Is that true? Girl E, she killed the first victim?
in order to make that clear, we need to know more about the case involving the first victim's murder.
It's the murder that occurred in the music room. I knew it would come up, so I prepared in advance. Look, I made a map of the music room's surroundings.
Thanks,
It was
honey.
the stage of the first case.
I'm surprised you went to all this trouble.
Mapping is second nature to retro game fans. Classic dungeon
Fair.
crawler RPGs have a first-person point of view, so mapping as you play is a basic.
We get it! Talk about that later so we can focus on the case.
They're just so not willing to put up with each other's shit. It's
Girl
funny.
A, Girl B, Girl C, and Girl D were at the entrance hall when they heard the sound of glass breaking. Immediately, they climbed the stairs to the second floor and headed to where they heard that sound. Girl E was in front of the music room on the second floor, and she confirmed that the sound came from in there. But the door to the music room was locked. So Girl D went to get the key from the office,
And when the 5 of them were finally able to go
I've read that
inside,
too. There we go.
they
Oh.
found the victim's body, dead from a blow to the head. Because the music room's window was broken, the girls thought the killer escaped through there. The sound of breaking glass that they heard at the entrance hall seemed to confirm that. Plus, Girl E's school swimsuit was stolen, so they concluded that the escaped killer was some pervert. How does that sound?
Yep, an understandable explanation. Just as expected from the ultimate gamer who excels at clearing games.
Yeah, shut up, you fanboy.
But it wasn't a pervert, right? Wasn't the real killer Girl E?
Like how Monami's just swinging back and forth. Whee! Also, I miss Fat Byakuya.
Obviously. Girlie was waiting outside the music room for the other girls after she killed the first victim.
Did she lock the music room from the outside? Then she would have totally needed the key from the office.
Which means Girlie was hiding that key. We can assume she used it to lock the music room after she left it.
But Girl D was the one who went to the office to get the key to the music room, right?
By the way, since it was never mentioned in the game, we can exclude the possibility of there being a spare key.
You can lock the music room from the inside, right? So from there, Girlie broke the window and escaped, and sprinted to the front of the music room as fast as she could before the others arrived.
She would have passed by the entrance hall where the other girls were waiting if she tried to do that.
Then, forget this!
It's not cute to see an old guy sulk.
Hey, is Girl E really the killer? We haven't reached an answer yet.
After she killed the first victim in the music room, what did Girl E do?
She just broke the window in the music room and escaped outside.
So how did Girl E get from outside the school to the front of the music room?
To go back to the music room from outside, you need to go through the entrance hall. Plus, at the entrance hall, the other 4 girls should have been there.
At the entrance hall, the girls heard the sound of the window shattering.
How was she able to get past those 4 and wait in front of the music room?
She probably used a hidden passageway. Twilight's hidden passageway is the world's best!
After she killed the first victim, what did Girl E do?
She just broke the window and escaped out.
So how did Girl E to the front of the need to go back to the... You need to go through the... Plus, at the end, the other 4 girls...
At the entrance hall, the girls heard the sound of the window shattering.
No, it's wrong.
No, that's wrong.
I don't know how this is going to lead to the solution, but that's the only contradiction I can find.
First of all, the sound the girls heard wasn't the window breaking.
If it wasn't the window, then what broke to make that sound?
A vase.
Vase? How low can you go?
After the murder, a broken vase was discovered in the classroom next to the music room.
Murdering a person, sure, but a broken vase? How low can you go?
So the sound of breaking glass that the 4 girls heard wasn't the music room's window. It was the sound of the vase breaking. Probably.
Actually, the murder was nearly finished by the time the 4 girls met in the entrance hall. Girl E killed the victim in the music room, broke the window, and went to the office to get the key. With that key, she locked the music room from the hallway, returned the key to the office, and went back to wait in front of the music room. All she had to do was break the vase in the next door classroom as the 4 girls met by the entrance hall.
To make them think the murder had just occurred and that the killer had just escaped.
So, when the 4 of them ran over after they heard the sound, Girl E acted like she had just rushed over too. I see! Now the mystery has been solved!
Wait a minute! The mystery hasn't been solved yet! You haven't determined what the murder weapon was yet!
Yo, what's up, G-Bro?
Who cares about the murder weapon? We found out who the killer was!
Not cool! I went to all the trouble of making this death march, so you gotta stick with it to the end!
What the heck? You're so annoying!
Fine.
Just want you to
Figure out
play
the
his game, dude.
If this keeps up, I'm gonna feel like I need to shit. Which means I'll feel disgusting.
You're the disgusting one.
Ah,
The
Nekomaru.
weapon is pretty unconventional! The answer was revealed in the game, though. Now then, will you guys be able to figure it out?
Mm-hmm. Alright, so if I talk to Gundam a lot, I can get my silencer better. Alright, yeah. Thanks for telling me, game. Yes. Thanks for reading my no spoilers or hints tag, game. Thank you. How's the game so far? It's fun, but it's also a Danganronpa game, so I love-hate it. Very fun cast of characters, though. I like them.
What about broken glass?
Isn't the cause of death a blow to the head?
Then she attacked her with the fish tank.
That's too big to be a weapon.
Then the piano.
Why are you going even bigger?
The investigation conducts universal chaos.
It's on that big a scale, too?
How about beating her with gravel instead?
If it's a weapon that was used to beat them to death, it should have had blood stains.
Was there a weapon with bloodstains on it? She beat her to death with her fists!
A weapon inside the music room, huh? What about broken glass?
Isn't the cause of death a blow to the head?
Then she attacked her with the fish tank.
That's too big to be a weapon.
Then the piano.
Why are you going even bigger?
The investigation conducts universal chaos.
It's on that big a scale, too?
How about beating her with gravel instead?
If it's a weapon that was used to beat them to death, it should have had blood stains.
Was there a weapon with bloodstains on it?
I got it.
She beat her to death with her fists!
Aiming at the wrong thing. Wasted time for myself.
A weapon inside the... What about broken glass?
Isn't the cause of death? Then she attacked her with...
That's too big to be...
Then the piano.
Why are you going even...
The investigation...
It's on that big a...
How about beating her with...
If it's a weapon that was used to beat them to death, it should have had blood stains.
Okay, I'm wrong. What? No. Oh, gotcha.
Damn it! A weapon inside the music room, huh? What about broken glass?
Isn't the cause of death a blow to the head?
Then she attacked her with the fish tank.
No.
That's too big to be a weapon.
Then the piano.
Why are you going even bigger?
The investigation conducts universal chaos.
It's on that big a scale, too?
How about beating her with gravel instead?
If it's a weapon that was used to beat, it should have had blood stains.
Was there a weapon with bloodstains on? She beat her to death with her fists!
A weapon inside the music room, huh? What about broken glass?
Isn't the cause of death then she attacked her with the fish tank?
Oh. Okay, apparently it's not that either.
Damn it! A weapon in...
I genuinely don't know what it wants me to say.
I will say, I don't feel like the game gives you anything reasonable of enough information for this.
No.
What you're taking is essentially a shot in the dark.
Yes.
If you want me to tell you the answer, I'll tell you.
No.
That is not an invitation for anybody to say what the answer is, by the way.
See, they say unconventional weapon showed up in the game. And I remember Girl E talking about choking her, so I'm thinking she choked her with the swimsuit or something like that. But I have no idea how I would possibly bring that up in any of this. To which points would I possibly bring that up? If it's even that. Anyway. That's fair. That's fair. I don't think the face was actually a melee weapon at all, because no way they would be able to get it there at the time. Go to the head.
What about broken glass?
Isn't the cause of death then she attacked her with the fish tank?
Damn it!
I don't agree with that. But I guess that's not it then.
A weapon inside... What about broken glass?
Isn't the cause of death a blow to the head? Then she attacked her with the fish tank.
That's too big to be...
Then the piano.
Why are you going even...
The investigation can...
It's on that biggest...
How about beating her with gravel instead?
If it's a weapon that was used to beat them, it should have had blood stains.
Yeah.
Damn it! A weapon inside the music room, huh? What about broken glass?
Isn't the cause of death then she attacked her with...
That's too big to be a weapon.
Then the piano.
Why are you going even...
The investigation...
It's on that big a scale, too?
How about beating her with gravel instead?
If it's a weapon that was used to beat them to death, it should have had blood stains.
So, did you look at the descriptions for all of your truth bullets?
Yes.
Okay.
All of the ones related to the video game, at least.
Damn it!
A weapon inside the music room, huh? What about broken glass?
Isn't the cause of death then she attacked her with—
That's too big to...
Then the piano.
Why are you going...
The investigation.
It's on that biggest...
How about beating her with—
If it's a weapon that was, it should have had.
Was there a weapon with blood?
She beat her to death with her fists.
I have absolutely no idea how I'm supposed to figure this out. Go ahead.
You were so close. You were so close.
I was close. Okay, well, I only have 3 seconds left.
I know, you can't do it in 3 seconds. It's very unfortunate.
Yeah.
Damn it!
But yes, you were on the right track. The game is just stupid in this
A
logic.
weapon inside the music room, huh? What about...
It's me!
This is our end? We will never give up!
Never give up.
A weapon inside...
Fuck does it want me to say it? How the fuck does it want me to say it?
You had an idea.
What
Yep.
about broken glass?
Isn't the cause of death then she attacked her with the—
That's too big to be a weapon.
Then the piano.
Why are you going...
The investigation conducts.
It's on that big a scale, too?
How about beating her with gravel instead?
I'm so sorry. So sorry. I'm so sorry.
Stolen swimsuit filled with gravel, hit her
Killer
in
must
the
have
head
used
with it. There we
gravel
go.
to attack the victim.
My goodness.
Basically, the only hint is, well, girl
And I
E's
was just
name
throwing
is on
things out there.
swimsuit.
Like, I already figured it was a swimsuit, but I just couldn't get over the line because
Yes, it would have made more sense to choke a girl out, I agree.
I'm pretty sure she said that in the Twilight Syndrome game. I can't go back that far in the thing, but I'm reasonably confident that that's what she said to Girl D.
Just as I
But that might just be
I'm
me being wrong.
chosen by the gods.
You're not chosen at all. And gravel is impossible. It's too small to be a weapon.
So this is where my love-hate relationship with Danganronpa is. I like the setting. I really like a lot of the characters in this game, at least. I like the ideas. but the writing is so like self-indulgent at times, which annoys the shit out of me, and it's not a very good actual game. The game parts are not particularly good, I'm sorry.
Go off, please.
My goodness.
What if the gravel was put inside some sort of bag?
But I still love what it tries to be, and it, like, so that's why I am still interested, and I'm even playing a game to begin with.
If the weapon is something that appeared in the game,
Ah.
then so is the bag. And the only thing I can think of is the school swimsuit. If you tie the swimsuit like a bag and stuff it full of gravel, it'd make an effective weapon.
Gravel inside the swimsuit? Even the Ace Attorney would be astonished by such a fantastic idea!
And Ultra Spirals is something, it's problematic and significantly more erased than the rest of the games. There is potential to be great. I want it to be great, but it's not. Anyway, I'm still gonna enjoy my time with this game. I'm still gonna enjoy these characters, these trials. Most of it will be fine, but we'll have these moments again. So be warned. We'll have these moments again.
But for the killer, it's an idea that kills two birds with one stone. To make people think the killer is some pervert, it makes sense for a school swimsuit to be stolen. And if that swimsuit was used to make an improvised weapon, it'd have to be disposed of later.
You bought it, so you better enjoy it. I didn't buy it. She did. Playing it off her Steam library.
You are a true winner.
How about it?
I'll win.
Are you satisfied now?
This happiness you feel when the mystery you create is solved. Only producers know this feeling of ecstasy.
But the real important talk begins now.
Alright, let's get to the actual murder.
Who can be called an accomplice? That person was Girl D.
Girl D. You're talking about Mahiru, right?
Huh? Mahiru is the accomplice? What is this? What does that mean?
The piece of face that became an important clue in the music room murder. Girl D got rid of it.
And apparently the reason Girl E committed murder in the first place was to protect Girl D.
Exactly. Steam Family Share. We're family.
I love you.
Love you too.
Girl D was being harassed by the victim. Girl E found out and tried to stop it. And they ended up getting into an argument.
And she felt a rush of anger and ended up killing her.
But she should have had a clear murderous intent. I mean, she choked her out and then bludgeoned her to death.
She probably made her unconscious by accident. And from there, she couldn't go back. I somewhat understand that feeling.
You can? That's pretty scary.
Aww.
But Girl E was also killed by someone on the 4th day, or the game's last day. I might as well ask just in case. Who do you think killed Girl E? I see!
It should have been Guy F.
I'm just...
A scenario where Guy F murders Girl E out of a burning, hellfire desire to avenge his murdered sister.
I'm just so out of this particular trial in comparison to the last one, because it's all about the video game inside the video game, and the video game inside the video game is particularly shit.
Yeah, that part ends eventually, thankfully.
Thankfully, but I just can't wait till they get to that point.
I agree. It's not.
It's
not my favorite part of the trial. It's my least favorite.
Yep, it is, and it's just the fact that they made this on an actual franchise that they had is such a fucking disrespect to the guys, to the people who liked that franchise.
And to the people who made Twilight Syndrome.
Exactly. It's so insultingly and they think they're so self-indulgently clever about it. It's a prime example of what I can't stand about this series. So sorry if I'm a bit out of this one.
Not to say brown-nosing alphas made this game, but yeah, probably.
But Guy F is...
What? It's just a story in a video game, isn't it?
That's all you can say. If that game is telling the truth, it'd be a huge problem for you.
Hey, clear this up for me. Those of you who appeared as characters in the game, do you remember this incident?
That is... I'm terribly sorry, but...
They don't remember. That's obvious. Because their school memories were, like, totally stolen.
Even if I don't remember, I already know. It's obvious that guy is the killer. No one would kill a nice person like Mahiru besides a piece of shit menace to society like Fuyuhiko.
You're getting awfully chatty right now. It's pretty sus.
Girl E and Mahiru were killed by that guy.
Sure do talk a lot of shit. Well, I'm used to it by now.
But does Mahiru's murder have anything to do with that game? Perhaps the two are unrelated.
Crap!
I know, I would have taken it. I know. But it wants a different piece of evidence.
You could have just made multiple ones work. Do you want this one?
Crap!
Gotcha, I don't sound. These are all proof. Shut your bitch ass red-eyed face.
Crap!
This trial sucks. Do you want this?
Crap!
No? Okay, cool.
Maybe try the other photos?
Yeah, I'm gonna try the last photo now, but it's like, if those photos didn't work, why would this photo work? This is the only photo I haven't tried yet.
Sweetie, the...
Crap!
Wait, you tried the base already?
Oh, the photo of the face? No, I haven't tried that one, I guess.
I mean, there's also the water tank, but yeah, I don't
Crap.
know.
Like, this was a picture of in the game, so...
Ooh, press X.
It's the murder weapon!
Prove it with this.
Okay.
I'm not sure the two events are unrelated. At the very least, the killer has definitely played the game.
All of these things make sense, but only one of them is the real answer.
No, the people who
As
program the
proof,
Danganronpa
Mahiru
games
was
aren't
killed in the
exactly
beach house.
good at programming or writing video games. So,
And Girl E
no,
was
making
killed in the
multiple
game.
options
Killed
work
by a
didn't.
blow to the
I
head with
want
a
this
metal
game
bat.
series to be better than it is.
I
really
know,
do.
you could have just used this photo and it's like, well, the bat's there.
There's no way we can ignore that connection.
Someone must have wanted to split her head open the exact same way they avenged the first victim.
I know it could be someone. Yeah, I'm not surprised to hear that.
this already. You're the one who killed Mahiru, right?
You better cut that out right now! There is no way a stupid game could be the motive!
You're dumb enough to believe that stupid game, and that's why you killed her as revenge!
If you keep making up your mind like that, we're just going to go around in circles. And it's true Fuyuhiko may look suspicious. Don't you think that'd be too obvious?
Don't worry, G, bro. You're always sus, it's fine.
What did you...
I mean, there's a possibility that it's a trap set by the true killer.
Trap? What do you mean?
The true killer played that game, and most likely found out about the relationships between the characters. That person could be using that knowledge to try to set up Fuyuhiko.
Are you saying that a completely different killer murdered Mahiru and used the game motive as their cover?
Isn't that what happened, Hiyoko? Don't you understand?
Peko on the attack.
What is this? Like, I can only laugh. What are you even saying, you nasty toilet clogging bitch?
Oh, she's great. I'm sorry. I don't care that other people dislike her. Oh. She's good. She's funny.
What are you saying, you four-eyed troll? Accusing me of killing Mahiru? You're so mean!
Why do you doubt Hiyoko? Do you know where Hiyoko was today? She was at the beach house, the scene of the crime.
But I didn't go to the beach house!
Fuck! I'm bad!
What are you saying, you four-eyed accusing me of... Why do you doubt? Do you know where Hiyoko... She was at the beach house. But I didn't go to the beach house!
No, that's wrong!
No, that's wrong!
Wait a minute. You should have been at the beach house, Hiyoko.
Seriously, I told you I didn't!
But these footprints in the sand in front of the beach house, aren't they yours?
I don't have such ugly footprints! They're probably Mikan's based on how ugly they are. You decide that based on ugliness?
Stop bullying my girl.
Hiyoko's footprints? That's strange.
Do not touch the child.
The footprint I collected from your room matches these footprints.
He's such a creep, I love him.
Collected? I never gave you permission to collect that, you nasty pedo!
Aren't you all supposed to be like around the same age?
Yeah.
Left in the sand were
She
facing away
just
from
looks
the
really
beach
young.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I think she's also the youngest.
Which means, when the owner of these footprints went inside the beach house, they used a different
A different entrance? Are you talking about the door facing the road that Mahiru's body was leaning against?
Are you saying when that person went inside the beach house, the body hadn't appeared yet?
The door was still accessible when they went in, and wasn't when they left. Which means something happened in between those two events. Isn't that right, Hiyoko?
Ah! I remember now! I remember when I went to the beach house!
So you finally decided to confess.
I hope Nekomaru takes a shit on everyone.
I'm pretty sure you guys already know this, but going
Yeah.
for walks in the morning is my daily routine. I've never heard of that daily routine before. And that's when I went to the beach house. I went there on my morning walk.
Pretty sus.
I see. If you went there during your morning walk, that doesn't have anything to do with the case at all.
Don't believe her so easily, dumbass. She's obviously lying.
Huh? It's a lie? People who call other people liars are usually
So when can I
liars
present my
themselves.
evidence?
Right?
If you
Now
say
you gotta
I'm
listen
lying,
to everybody
can you
babble.
even prove that I'm lying? There's no way a bunch of worthless idiots like you guys would be able to do that. I did go to the beach house, but only during my morning walk. I didn't go any other time.
Then you didn't meet up with Mahiru at the beach house?
Obviously not. Saying I met up with her when I never even saw her?
Well, dummy.
Damn it!
I think I need the first one
I
anyway.
did go to the beach house,
Because it set the time.
but only during my morning walk.
Yeah.
No, that's wrong!
Because it specified the time in the letter.
Only during your morning walk, huh? Will you still claim that after you take a look at this letter?
That letter! It's the one Mahiru had, right?
I see. So Hiyoko was able to arrange a meeting with Mahiru by exchanging letters with her.
What is that letter? I'm serious, I don't know.
2:30 p.m. in the morning, obviously. Yes.
Oh, snap! I remember now.
You know, PM, presently morning.
Me and Hajime met up at the diner around 3 p.m. to go to the beach. I saw you about 30 minutes later, so it should have been around 3:30 p.m.
See. So if she met Mahiru at 2:30 p.m., killed her, then ran away afterward, I think 3:30 p.m. is a reasonable time for you to have witnessed Hiyoko.
You're wrong! You're totally wrong!
Now that you mention it, you also passed by the diner, Fuyuhiko. So you should have seen Hiyoko too, right?
No, I didn't. It's just a coincidence that I passed by the diner. I wasn't even paying attention to the beach house. I went straight back to my cottage after I saw you guys. I didn't see anyone during that time.
For some reason, that sounds suspicious too.
It's the truth. Deal with it.
Just leave him alone. It'd be a waste of time to question him any further. Anyway, that letter in Kazuichi's testimony says it all. You were meeting up with Mahiru at the beach house.
Seriously? I don't know! I didn't even write that letter! I'm telling the truth! I really don't know!
Just nothing you say sounds believable, honey.
Is she really crying? Or is she faking it?
She's probably faking it.
We can assume she summoned Mahiru with the intention of killing her all along.
The intention of teaming up to kill Fuyuhiko, probably.
That's why she wrote a letter to let her know where to meet, so the others wouldn't find out. And then you went ahead to the beach house, hid yourself in a specific place, and waited for Mahiru. There's evidence for that too.
Aha.
Here! The place where Hiyoko was hiding. Are you talking about the closet?
Yes, that's right. The gummy candy we found on the floor is the evidence.
Well, thank you for bringing up someone other than me brings up evidence. Thank you, Peko Peko.
What's a gummy? I've never eaten something like that before.
I have captured the true character of this mystery. Hiyoko, who summoned Mahiru to the beach house, hid inside the closet like a familiar. When she saw her
I love you,
chance,
Gundam.
she attacked her like an evil spirit and left the beach house like a swift wind.
But Hiyoko miscalculated that Mahiru's body would be blocking the door at that
No, that's wrong.
Because of that, she was only able to leave from the beachside door and ended up leaving her footprints.
We have presented the proof! My 4 dark devas of destruction didn't even need to come out!
Alright. What's up, dude?
It's a trap! This is obviously someone's trap!
Who's someone? Whose trap is it?
It must be that one person! You know, the one with the mask, maybe? The one with the There was a suspicious mask at the beach house, right? Whoever was wearing that could be the real killer.
You're the one who wore that mask and killed Mahiru, right?
There's no way I'd wear such a childish mask. Is your brain fried or something?
That is right. It
Full of
cannot be
sense.
Hyoko. That mask belongs to Sparkling Justice.
Huh? Sparkling what?
Has she
now?
actually said anything other than did
That
up
mask
till now?
says it all. Sparkling Justice is hiding on this island. Which means the legendary serial killer Sparkling Justice is the one who killed
Oh my god.
Mahiru.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
Pointing at the X on Teru being a porcupine.
It's pretty good.
Funny.
Yep. Anyway, honey, please don't derail this discussion.
If you continue to say such foolish things, I shall tear you limb from
I'm with him.
limb.
Don't blame Miss Sonia.
Stop it,
It's just
Sim.
a difference between cultures. Culture shock, you know?
Yoko, why don't you just admit it already? You're being unreasonably stubborn.
It's all in your head. Oh, why can't you understand? I'm not the killer.
I shall rid.
For the record, I'm still sus on Sonya. If it's not Hyuko or Fuyuhiko, which it probably isn't, because everything points towards them, so it's not them. It's probably Sonya. Because wetsuit, serial killer things, and all that kind of stuff. I don't know. We'll see. We're here to find out.
Hiyoko is the sinner who killed Mahiru!
Why Sonya? The closet in the beach house. Well, she could have picked it up earlier, I suppose. But yeah, she was wearing a wetsuit, and that's the only place I've seen wetsuits, the closet in the beach house. Also, everything that she knows about Sparkling Justice, you know, the serial killer fetish that she has. Basically that. And also because it's Danganronpa. They would try to lead me to something and have it not be that. But yeah, those are my three options right now. We'll see.
I'm telling you, it's a trap.
There's no doubt. You went to the beach house, right?
Oh, that is...
And weren't you also hiding in the closet? So that's when you dropped the gummy.
You waited for your chance to kill Mahiru. And afterward, you fled from the beach house.
At the time, the door facing the road was blocked by the body. So you were forced to flee from the beachside entrance.
And that's how you left your footprints.
I shall render my verdict upon this mystery's conclusion.
And the Yankee Pro, Sonia literally mentions her.
Mm-hmm. Yep, she really was.
So, I know. I don't like this either because of all the colors you can see on that bag. Which one is supposed to be great? right? Why is one yellow? It's weird.
Yeah. Weird. Right. I know
Hiyoko
what's
is the sinner who killed Mahiru!
No, wait, I don't have that true bullet right now.
There's no doubt. You went to the beach house, right?
Killer's escape route is relevant. I think. Beach, trash can. Gummy.
And weren't you also hiding in the closet? So that's when... You waited for your chance to kill Mahiru. And afterward, you fled from the beach house.
At the time, the door facing the road was blocked by the body.
Yes.
So you were forced to flee from the beach, and that's how you left your footprints!
I shall render my verdict. Hiyoko is this.
I'm telling you, it's a
There's no doubt. You went to the beach house.
And weren't you also hiding in the closet? So that's when you dropped the gummy. No, that's wrong.
That's really it, huh? Alright. The flavors, even though the picture clearly had yellow ones in it.
I know. I know, I hate it.
The only one childish enough to eat gummies is that midget over there.
You're a midget too, you know. You're the one who worries about never getting taller.
It's true Hiyoko likes to eat gummies.
I like
She
her.
only eats a specific brand.
The brand of gummies you eat only have strawberry, melon, grape, and orange flavors, right?
Huh? But what about the lemon flavor? The gummy at the crime scene was yellow, so it obviously looked like it was lemon.
Could also be banana.
Huh? That gummy is yellow? And it's not mine! The ones I eat don't have any yellow gummies!
What picture?
That's right. None of the gummy bags in her cottage had any yellow ones.
I know.
It's just, I can't.
Bullshit.
I can't. This trial, everything about this trial has sucked so far. I'm sorry.
See? Didn't I tell you? It's definitely a trap! Damn it! Who would set a trap like this? I'll get my revenge! I'm gonna bop you on the head with all my might!
Hold on, you little bitch! You think you're in the clear just because of a little gummy? Don't be stupid! I'm not done backing you into a corner yet!
We have the two sweary children.
But this is a Christian stream.
Two swearing children up against each other in this Christian stream.
We're not done with Hiyoko yet!
Yoko is like 7. They're all high school students, dude. Anyway.
There's still a huge piece of evidence left!
You're talking about the footprints near the beach house, right?
It's true. That's an important piece of evidence. And we can thank Mahiru for it!
What does that mean? Mahiru used her last ounce of strength and blocked the door to the road. Thanks to her, we have the evidence we need.
That's wrong!
Yep, okay.
I left those footprints during my morning walk!
Alright, that's bullshit.
We're not done with Hyo. There's still a huge.
You're talking about the foot.
It's true, that's an important. We can thank Ma.
What does that mean?
Mahiru used her last ounce of strength and...
Bullshit.
No,
No, that's wrong! Right. That one made sense. Thank you. Thank you for making sense.
Mahiru didn't block the door. Her death was instant.
Instant death? According to my autopsy, yes, there's no doubt that Mahiru
Bless you,
died
Mikon.
instantly.
If you keep making shit up, I'll fucking kill you!
She's trying so hard.
Fuyuhiko, you cannot do that. Only a coward threatens women.
Thank you for taking over Mahiru's role in you know,
Being a parent.
setting gender roles and
I'm
everything.
pretty sure her
Thank you,
death was
Sonia.
instant, too. I mean, her injury was only a single blow. That's why Mahiru isn't the one who blocked the door. Someone else used her body to block it.
Someone else?
The killer, of course. They're the one who blocked the door with Mahiru's body. That's why there were bloody drag marks left on the floor.
But why did the killer block the door?
Just ask Kyoko. She's the killer after all.
Seriously, that's not true! Let's assume Hiyoko is the killer. Wouldn't
Like
that
this
mean
fun.
she's also the one who dragged the body? If she handled a body that bloody, I think her clothes or skin would have been stained with blood.
But when I saw her, she was clean.
See? I told you I wasn't the killer!
It is Japanese high school though. There they first have middle school and then high school.
Yay!
It's a Japanese game.
With this, my innocence has been proven!
I won't let you look down on me.
Oh, there we go.
We haven't decided that yet.
Hey, Fuyuhiko. Why do you keep insisting that Hyoko is the killer?
Shut up! I'm telling you,
Oh, he's
she's
so
the
angry.
killer. That little bitch is definitely the killer.
Why is he so angry?
He's a short little bugger.
Mm-hmm.
If Mahiru didn't block the door, then Hiyoko did it. She killed Mahiru and blocked the door with her body. Hiyoko is the only killer I can think of.
If Hyoko moved the body,
I thought that would be a mashing one.
then she should be covered in blood.
So what, dumbass? There's a shower room inside the... After she moved the body, she just washed it off in the shower.
Wash it off in the shower. Nope, because it's broken.
The fact that Hiyoko was at the can be proven by the footprints in the sand. Did you get all that, you bastard?
Shower room.
So what, dumbass? There's a shower room inside the... After she moved the body, she just washed it off in the shower.
Allow me to cut through those words. Now, washing it off in the shower is impossible, because the shower in the beach house was out of order.
Out of order?
I'm terribly sorry. I haven't had any time to
You're
actually
trying.
repair
You're
it.
trying.
Then...
You
maybe
think of
she took her
Casinopolis,
clothes off
oh
to move
boy.
the body, and when she was done, she put them back on.
Are you saying I did something that perverted?
That's against the rules.
Her clothes fused to her.
Obviously. She wasn't wearing any clothes at all. She can't get this by herself.
Listen to me, Fuyuhiko. Hyoko mentioned this before. Which means Hyoko can't change by herself. It's impossible for her to put on and take off
I
her
can't
clothes.
wait for improved Hangman's Gambit.
What?
gonna happen at some point.
She couldn't even tie her sash on her own. That's why she couldn't take a bath and smelled bad.
I didn't smell. It only smelled a little. Oh, wasn't changing inside the beach house prohibited in the first place? Yes, if you broke the rules, I'm pretty sure Monokuma wouldn't have...
No, he would have shown up with his fucking gun.
Damn right! I'm such a stickler for the rules that even safari park rangers want nothing to do with me.
If she didn't change her clothes, then what did Hiyoko do with the blood that got on her?
Like I've been saying, the blood wasn't on me in the first place, because I never touched Mahiru's body.
Hey, if you think about it the other way around, does that mean whoever was covered in blood is suspicious? Because if so, I believe Akane was soaked with blood when we all met up to go to the beach.
I just don't think it's her on the pure reason that she's not smart enough for this shit. That's why I've never even once sussed her, despite the fact that she was covered in blood. He can't pull this off.
Didn't I tell you that was because I got beat up by Coach Nekomaru?
I can attest to that. If I hadn't gotten that rough with her, she never would have backed out.
Doubting me, of all people. You got some nerve. All right, I'll bend your body in half so you're stuck in a bowing position for the rest of your life. That actually sounds pretty cool.
The hell it does!
Hey, more importantly, I'm okay now, right?
Don't do stuff like that, Isaiah. It's
okay.
fake spoilers aren't funny. You can do better.
Yeah, seems like it. See? I already told you. There's no way I'd kill Mahiru. 'Cause Mahiru taught me how to wear a kimono, and she was very, very kind. There's no way I would kill a nice person like her. Why wouldn't you believe me earlier? You guys are stupid! Stupid, stupid, stupid!
You made the sassy lost child cry.
Hyoko, please don't cry. Everything is fine now, right?
I know, that's why I call it a fake sport.
Shut the hell up, Pig Bark! I hope you get a hangnail and die! I'm sorry for being Pig Bark!
She's not a child. She looks like a child, therefore she's a sassy lost child. Just like God, what's her name? The Wind Girl with the green in One Punch Man.
What is her name? Sumaki?
I think Tsumaki, yeah. Just Tatsumaki, that's her. The sassy lost child.
Hey, Hiyoko. Now that our suspicions have been addressed, can you tell us the truth?
Huh?
Even though you're not the killer, you still went to the beach house, right?
Like I said, it was a trap!
Yeah, I got that already, so... Can you give us the details about that trap?
I would like to know too. It might lead to some kind of clue.
Fine. You want me to talk, huh? Earlier this morning, Mahiru was the one who came up to me. She asked if we could meet up later.
Huh? But didn't you say earlier?
Yeah, you lied.
Damn it! So that was a lie?
'Cause I thought it'd be doubted if I admitted it. So I figured it was better not to say anything.
So, what was your answer to Mahiru's invitation?
I told her it was fine. I mean, I didn't have a reason to say no. Unlike everyone else here, Mahiru was someone I wasn't embarrassed to be seen with.
Always
even...
snide.
Yep.
At the time, we were supposed to meet around 2 p.m.
I'm glad
but
she's probably gonna stick around for a little while. At least one more
around
try.
noon, there was a letter inside my mailbox. A letter? Yeah, this one.
Mm-hmm. The actual killer.
and went to the beach house at that time.
Mikon is the only one she is not allowed to bully. But that's probably why I like her, G-Pro. Yeah, because we're heroes runners. We are one with the bully.
I can prove it with this. This letter. Doesn't it look like its contents are different from the letter Mahiru had?
Yeah, a little bit. Good time.
Mahiru's letter said to meet at 2:30 p.m. But in Hyoko's letter...
Nah, they aren't friends.
Whoa! The meeting times are off.
It's also strange that both letters wanted to change their meeting spot to the beach house. It would be plausible if one of them said it.
Actually,
Oh, your pet?
let me go clean some poop. No, that's not what I was gonna go here to do. I was. Yes, they are the same handwriting. Can I not? I wish I could see the other letter again, the one that Fuyuhiko wrote. See if it's the same handwriting. Oh.
Hyoko, since you wrote it, what do you think? Like I said, I never wrote the letter. How many times do I have to tell you?
I see! The killer must have forged both letters.
The killer forged them so they could manipulate their actions. Yeah, that's how we should think about it.
That seems very likely. In fact, if you compare both letters... Confirmed! Just as I assumed, the handwriting is the same. The content of the letters matches too.
Like this part. I was going to
I didn't
tell
know
you in person,
he was the
but I
ultimate
couldn't find
calligraphy
you, so
man.
I put this in your mailbox. This part. It seems there's someone who wants to interfere with our meeting. And this part. Let's keep it a secret. Until then, let's try not to see each other for a while. The killer forged both of those letters.
In doing so, they were able to control Hyoko and Mahiru to do their bidding, like a netherworld puppeteer.
So they completely tricked me. And then Mahiru's killer. How mean! Give me back Mahiru!
Really? This is really terrible. I've offered to help so many times. But the killer this time didn't discuss their plan with me at all. It's all my fault.
Oh,
I'm
Nagito.
so ashamed of being unreliable.
Here we go again. Once we let our guard down, this happens. We can just lightly punch him to death later.
So based on what the letter said, you went to the beach house at 2 p.m., right, Hyoko?
What's most important is what happened afterward. What on earth happened there?
I fell asleep. Why'd you fall asleep? It's not like I wanted to. I think I was forced to get a whiff of some kind of medicine or something. Medicine? That medicine. Could it be? Did they get it from the drugstore? I thought that place seemed unsafe. They even have prescription medicines laying out in the open.
If you were aware of that from the start, you should have done something about it.
I'm sorry.
Go easy on her.
When I woke up, I was inside a small closet. And when I rushed out, I saw Mahiru's body.
And that's why you ran out of the beach house in such a panic!
I was scared. I was really, really scared. Really.
Wah.
The killer probably planned to frame Hyoko from the start. And for that reason, they summoned Hyoko before Mahiru, put her to sleep, and shoved her inside the closet.
So their reason for blocking the door with Mahiru's body was to make Hiyoko leave her footprints as evidence.
Everything was done to frame Hyoko as the killer. That's horrible! I didn't do anything wrong, and I was framed by Mahiru's killer!
Stop bullying the child, even though the child is a bully.
Hyoko, please do not cry. We believe you.
Is it really okay to believe her so easily? She might be faking those tears, you know.
This'll never end if you keep being so suspicious.
Isn't that what a class trial is all about?
No, it's about trying to seem not suspicious, you dingus.
The only way to survive is to be suspicious.
No.
This is where we go to thoroughly doubt each other. So if you believe in each other so easily, then there's definitely something wrong with you.
Little baby-faced idiot.
You're wrong, Fuyuhiko. We aren't supposed to doubt each other here. We're supposed to work together. The class trial is where we cooperate with each other, work hard, and aim for victory. The killer and everyone else. Two hopes attempting to grasp the one true hope. Two hopes clashing with each other is poetry in motion. That is what a class trial should be.
Seriously, which side are you on?
On the side of hope,
I'm
of
on
course.
the side of the absolute hope that can overcome any despair. And I
This boy.
believe that absolute hope exists at the point where two hopes clash.
Your stance is neither white nor black, but gray, and you do not yearn for your life, or even for victory.
Jeez, I wish he'd just side with the enemy already so I can believe what he's saying.
Yeah, let's stop. Believing every little thing Nagito says is a waste of time.
Yeah, we need to figure out who Mahiru's killer is.
There should be a new clue contained in what Hyoko has told us. So, let us believe Hyoko's words and discuss it once again with everyone.
Yep, yep. The debate proceeds when you assume you can believe each other. Good job. That's the right way. That's the splendid power
That's the
of
real
teamwork.
power of teamwork.
The real superpower of teamwork. We can make it if we all stick together.
I'm not gonna let you have the outcome you want. Whoa, he's sleeping.
Dumbasses. You bastards don't know anything. If you're stupid enough to trust each other, the only thing waiting for you is the bitter truth.
Intermission!
Well now,
Don't read the no spoilers tag, you little stupid bear.
correct! You say Nanu in German when you're surprised.
Thanks, Deep Bro. I would like to save my progress.
I'm Monami, and my heart is throbbing like crazy right now. To think that the person who killed the wonderful Mahiru Koizumi is in this room. Impossible! Impossible! That's so impossible! There's no way I can believe that! Oh, I can't do anything! How annoying! I'm just gonna
Mon
believe
ami.
in everyone. That's the least I can do. Everyone do your best. Don't
Combate!
lose to yourselves. And don't forget to save regularly.
Well, now that we've decided to believe Hyoko, now what?
If the killer was luring Hyoko into a trap, then something that was used there might be a clue.
Do you mean the letter?
No, It was probably the gummy.
Huh? Candy can be a clue?
Hey, when you woke up, was the gummy already there?
Now that you mention it, I feel like it wasn't.
Just as I thought.
Just as you thought?
If the killer planted evidence while Hiyoko was there, she would have thrown it away if she found it.
Which means the gummy was placed inside the closet after Hiyoko fled from the beach house?
The killer returned to the scene of the crime? After I left?
They wouldn't have to do something that troublesome as long as they hid somewhere within the beach house.
That's impossible! There's nowhere to hide! I even glanced inside the shower room as I was running away, but there was nobody there!
Then, does that mean the killer came back?
I wonder. At any rate, the solution to that problem is connected to what really happened. That's what I think.
No.
Don't worry. This one is better.
Sounds good. Control a version of yourself created from an image in your brain. Your task is to reach the goal, the final destination of the synapse course. Sideways with the left stick and accelerate with the RB button. Brake. So this is both accelerate and jump? That's weird. Alright. Deus Ex Tony Hawk's Pro Skater, oh boy.
Yeah, that's why I was guessing that Hajime's ultimate power is skateboarding. He is red forward.
Well, I guess I'll see. Okay, so it just set the wrong button. It's Y to jump and B to brake. And A to accelerate. But also right button to accelerate.
So practically every minigame gets better in the third game. Except for this one, I actually like this one more.
When the killer arrives at the beach house. Okay. Feel like I'm playing a video game. The killer leaves the beach house. Yeah, she checked everywhere, so. Okay, wrong again, apparently. Look at these moves.
I will say, in some aspects, I think Danganronpa 3 does do better just because its translation was better. You can tell the translation here still isn't the
Where's the killer hiding while Joe was unconscious? Or here going.
But the beach house is on the beach. Sometimes you just gotta think about game logic. Like, what would the writers write? You know?
Yeah. All right.
It's all coming together.
It's all coming together. Interesting.
Do you think the killer might have been hiding?
You spent all that time thinking just to say something so pointless. How disappointing. Didn't I just say there was nowhere to hide? Do I have to explain it in another language so you can understand? Her personality got a hell of a lot more forceful once she stopped being a suspect.
No, there should have been a place for them to hide. A place you didn't look, Kyoko.
What are you saying?
You couldn't.
Stop being annoying or I'm gonna make Akane bop you on the head and shut you up for good.
Honey, you got 45 seconds. You got 45 seconds.
No, I don't.
You're a cheater.
I'm a cheater.
You're a dirty cheater.
I'm a cheater. Mm-hmm. In the trash can. They said Hiyoko couldn't have checked. She checked everywhere. Oh, fuck no.
Crap!
Okay.
Crap! Crap! Here!
Okay.
Killer.
Surely. I thought. Why do I overthink these things?
Well,
Why would she not check the closet? A place she couldn't have checked?
game logic.
The closet? That's where I was locked up.
After you woke up, you said you rushed out of there, right? Then you probably didn't look inside the closet very carefully.
But could two people even hide in such a small place? And without Kyoko knowing?
That's why the killer made sure to arrange a hiding place.
Bro, the writers think they have such a high IQ.
Crap!
Stop! Did I just fucking miss?
Crap! Crap!
Sweetie, you did it and I'm so proud of you.
What about the
Do you
surfboard
need to
case in
cry?
the closet?
This
I'm
game
pretty
is
sure they
such
could've hidden
fucking
in there.
bullshit. I hate the trials. I genuinely hate the trials.
They get better after a certain number, but I'm not gonna say the number.
Okay. If you say so.
But yes, I know it still doesn't excuse this horse shit.
Sick of your shit. Goodbye.
Huh? Inside the surfboard case?
They've been a constant nuisance, I'm sorry.
But the shelf it was on, it was pretty messy, don't you think?
Let's insult the clearly already very annoyed streamer. That's a very smart thing. Ah.
Yeah, don't be sorry. It's just called natural selection.
Yeah.
2 surfboards were stacked on
But
the
yeah,
top
your hint
shelf.
was that earlier
And
he
there
was
were
like,
surfboards that
wow,
weren't
the
even in the
surfboard sections, surfboard storage sure is messy.
A place that Hiyoko couldn't have looked, though, I would think all the way up there, because she's a short fucking bitch.
Well, you know, if the lid is on, I know it's weird because I'm also somebody who's not a fucking surfer, so I don't know how surfboards are stored.
I don't think it's clear enough of a graphic to show that that is a lid or a case or something, but I don't know, that's
Yeah,
just
it's
me.
like the lid. I know.
It's even filled.
The killer probably did that on purpose to secure a hiding place.
That looks like a pie. Thank you.
It does look like a big pie container. I was thinking like you could bake a lot of baked potatoes in there.
Because we haven't been on this island that long, so the closet shouldn't have been that messy, I think. Then, the killer was close to me during that time?
Yeah, they were quietly holding their breath and hiding.
Yes, I
very
know. That's a
close
much better. That's a much better image, isn't it?
It really is.
It's kind of like in for a penny, in for a pound, so to speak.
Don't you mean it's always darkest under the lighthouse?
It's bad writing.
I shouldn't say things I don't understand, like, so to speak.
Anyway, the killer hid silently, and after making sure Hiyoko left, they finally left the surfboard case.
I agree with that as well.
Seriously, nobody asked what you think.
There's no way the killer would leave Hiyoko by herself if they were trying to frame her. If Hiyoko was left alone and ruined the evidence the killer had planted, it would have messed up their plan.
I mean, like, the case that Flutterdash just brought up, that is bad writing. If the solution is either we don't tell them anything that they could possibly, or basically nothing that they could possibly use as a lead, and expect them, like, it's the same shit with the fucking swimsuit with the gravel in it. It's like, either they bring it up and it's totally obvious, or they don't bring it up and you have basically no way of knowing. That's bad writing. That just means you have to choose something else that you can hint better to.
And I don't know if that's a localization problem or what, but there are numerous problems like that in all Danganronpa games.
Instead, it makes more sense to think that the killer was hiding in the beach house, watching Hiyoko.
Saying whatever you want, even if we didn't ask. Alright, if you don't want to friggin' get punched, just stand
I want to see
still
this. I
and
want to
let me
see her punch Nagito. That's the game I want. Let Akane punch Nagito.
Oh, you shut up. Then, grit your teeth.
Sorry, Akane. It's not like that. Hey, Monokuma. Can I ask you about something that seems strange to me?
I believe Prince Shotoku was from the future. A man from the future is always directing the flow of history.
I'll listen to your story about men from the future some other time. As I recall, the body discovery announcement.
Thank you.
3 or more people
Thank
discover a
you.
body.
Oh, there were like no truth bullets hinting towards that case whatsoever thus far, so I was really afraid that the game was gonna gloss
Is
over
the
it.
killer also included among those 3 or more people?
Yeah, that's true, but, well, something like that is basically what it's supposed to be.
Thank you, Nagito.
You don't sound very articulate.
Jeez! You're pretty annoying for noticing something like that!
Yes, I am. Now tell me the fucking
I
answer.
know it sounds like an excuse, but the body discovery announcement isn't supposed to be used for deduction.
Bullshit. Celeste's case in the first game literally involved the body discovery announcement.
It's intended to create a fair trial. It's supposed to let everyone know a body has been found.
So you're saying it's unfortunate that I used it for deduction? I understand your excuse, but depending on who actually found the body, it's possible that your 3 or more people rule could be deadly.
Well, as long as I keep things ambiguous, I can respond to situations with some flexibility.
Flexibility, huh? So what about this time? Is it 3 people including the killer or not?
Jeez, fine, fine! You want me to say it? It doesn't include the killer this time, okay?
Then it is not Fuyuhiko or Hyoko.
Which means 3 people other than the killer discovered Mahiru's body.
What's wrong with that?
Nothing. I just thought it was somewhat strange. More importantly,
Thank you, my boy.
let's get back to our original topic.
You're the one who went on a tangent.
Thank you. It's not a tangent. He's a very good boy. He's a very good boy, Nekomaru.
We were just saying the killer was hiding in the surfboard case, right?
And after Hyoko ran away, the killer got to enjoy the simple life of destroying evidence.
However, before we proceed any further, there's something we have to make clear. The killer blocked the roadside door with Mahiru's body before Hyoko ran away. But what about the blood?
Basically like that, Flutter that. Now here's the question. What if the 4 Dark Devas of Destruction discover a body? Does that count as 3? They're people to me. They're very important characters. Speaking of which, I missed the toucan. What happened to the toucan?
Now that you mention it, that mystery hasn't been solved yet.
It's going to be alright. If you guys have come this far, I'm sure you can discover that answer too.
See, that's the thing. The only way to graduate from the island, Sims, is to go through this trial and get away from it. Otherwise, you'll be in a situation where it's like, well, yeah, you just killed someone, but you're still stuck on the island, so it didn't actually do you any good. Because there's not going to be a trial, so there's not going to be a way to get off the thing. I have no idea why G-Pro got banned, but he probably asked for it. Love you, G-Pro. Or it was for a joke. Either or. You could kill everyone systematically. Well, yeah, but you'd still be... You'd just end up as the only person on the island left.
Well, they die after the trial anyway.
Yeah. I mean, if there's no body discovery...
There's no witnesses.
No, that's the point he's making. If there's no body, there can be no body discovery announcement, so there will be no trial. But it's like, if you go that far, it's like... It's the... You can't kill more than 2 rule. Is that actually in this game as well? I know it wasn't.
I don't think so, but you know it's bullshit he'd bring up regardless.
Yeah. Yeah, okay. That's that was a rule in the first game where you could only kill 2 people.
Added
max.
after the fact?
Added after the fact. Well, yeah. See, that's the thing. There would be less evidence, sure, but there wouldn't be a body announcement at all, which means there wouldn't be a class trial, which means you'd have no chance to get off the island.
Now,
anyway,
let's start the argument, shall we?
Truth flashback. I hate that it doesn't translate the buttons properly to the text. Gotcha. You just suck it up and turn it into a truth bullet. Okay, only counterpoints. Gotcha. Alright, let's see which button it actually is.
What?
Ba-ba. It doesn't say, right? And here it has trouble getting the right character.
Maybe they simply washed it off.
Hold it. Okay.
They couldn't use the shower, right?
Fantastic. Good video game.
So washing it off would have been impossible.
They didn't have to use the shower.
What about the wetsuits in the closet? Maybe they wore one when they moved the body.
If they used something other than the shower...
What did they do with the bloody wetsuit?
They cut it up and whoosh.
As someone who flushes their shit every morning, I can declare it would definitely clog the toilet.
Maybe it's the other
I love
way around.
Nekomaru.
Perhaps someone other than the killer moved the body? Maybe they
Bye.
were able to wash it off.
What did the killer do with...
Maybe they simply...
They couldn't use the shower, so washing it off would have...
They didn't have to use the shower.
What about the wetsuits? Maybe they wore one when they moved the body.
If they used something other than the shower...
What did they do with the bloody wetsuit?
They cut it up and whoosh.
As someone who flushes their shit every morning, I can declare it would definitely clog the toilet.
I love him. He's so good.
Maybe it's the other way
Hello,
around.
Shinobu.
Perhaps someone other than the killer moved the body? Maybe they were able to wash it off.
What did the killer do with the blood on their body?
Maybe they simply washed it off.
They couldn't use the shower, right? So washing it off would have been impossible. No, that's wrong.
There we go.
If they just needed to wash off the blood, they didn't necessarily have to use the shower. They could have just as easily used something else.
Something other than the shower. Like what?
Literally all of the water bottles in the fridge.
I see.
Drinks inside the refrigerator. Couldn't the killer have used those to wash off the blood?
There we go.
I've seen through it.
Shut up. I'm right. Shut up, I'm right. Get away.
That's impossible.
Why?
Try to remember the refrigerator carefully, and then you will understand that there's no possible way the drinks in the refrigerator were used.
Right, there was no actual water.
It's true there were drinks in the beach house refrigerator. However, try one bottle drinking wouldn't be enough to wash off the blood.
Okay.
It's true there were drinks in the beach house refrigerator. However, try one bottle wouldn't be enough to wash off the blood.
I can't back down.
We can't assume they used just one drink. They could have used a bunch of them to wash it off.
Didn't I say it was impossible? There were no water bottles. There were only flavored drinks with colored dyes. If you use those to wash blood off, the blood won't come off and your body will leave an aromatic smell too.
What am I doing?
Crap!
Didn't I say it was impossible? There were no water bottles. There were only flavored drinks. If you use those to wash blood, the blood won't come off and your body will get sick. It will leave an aromatic smell, especially if you used a lot. That alone would raise suspicion. Didn't I say it was impossible? There were no water. There were only flavored drinks with colored dyes. If you use those to wash blood off, the blood won't come off and your body will get sick. It will...
Okay. What does it want me to do?
Especially if you used a lot. That alone would raise suspicion. Didn't I say it was impossible? There were no water bottles in the refrigerator.
No water bottles.
There were only flavored drinks with cup. If you use the blood will come off and your body will leave an aromatic, especially if you use the that alone would raise.
I forget it. You can't just like peek through this one.
Didn't I say it was impossible? There were no water bottles in the.
Allow me to cut through those words. There were water bottles inside the refrigerator.
How many times
So
did I have to
there
tell
is
you?
absolutely no way for me to tell if that was actually a water brand or not that was in the trash can. But that's yeah, I'm just gonna assume that's a localization thing.
Before the incident, there were water bottles in the
This
fridge.
is something you just kind of have to remember if you looked at it, and even then you would have had to
And the
say,
killer took
yeah,
all
that's
of those
definitely
bottles
water, I
and
guess.
used them to
Yeah.
wash the blood off their body.
So you're saying the water bottles were gone because they were all used? That's a logical fallacy.
It's not a fallacy. There should have been evidence inside the trash can. Evidence like a lot of thrown away plastic water bottles. Isn't that right, Chiaki?
Oh, you're right. These bottles look like they may have been filled with water.
Well, now that you mention it, when I went to the beach house a few days ago,
Ooh.
I feel like I drank one of those plastic water bottles.
How fast did you catch on to who was who in Twilight Syndrome? Decently fast, like not while I was actually playing Twilight Syndrome, but once I saw the names in the credits, that I was pretty obvious. Whomst was who. Honestly, Girl C was not obvious at all. Mostly because that
She hardly had any lines.
she hardly had any lines.
Yeah.
But the rest were no really a problem.
You should have said so sooner.
I would have if the game would have let me.
Then, the plastic water bottles were used in place of a shower.
Dousing your body with lots of water bottles is such a simple and easy to understand explanation.
It seems you've realized who the killer is. See? Just as I thought. Hold on. You know who the killer is?
Is that true?
Let me ask, who might that be?
We're really already going here? Let's see. Well, she was fucking soaking.
You're the only one.
Peko.
I'll believe.
Is it you?
I did not suss her. I'll be honest.
Hey, what are you being quiet for? They're accusing you of being the killer.
Then I should ask you this. Why do you believe I'm the killer?
I remember when we were all meeting up to go to the beach. Your appearance when you came to the diner.
I had to show it one more time.
If the killer really did wash the blood off with water bottles, they'd have to drench their entire body. But there were no towels in the beach house, and it would have taken a while for the water to fully air dry. So you said you went swimming so you'd have a cover story.
Don't just stay silent. Say something. Hold on, you bastard. You saw her at the diner. You never saw her near the beach house, right? So maybe she really was swimming.
No one even saw her swimming.
No. I saw her.
Huh?
Yeah, I feel you, Deepro.
After I ran into you bastards at the diner,
for sure.
crossed paths with her on my way home. So there's no doubt.
Anyway, what's this
she
little
would've
bitch boy
arrived
up
at the
to?
diner from the opposite direction of the beach house.
Hold on. That's strange. Didn't you just say this earlier? You told me you didn't see anyone. Don't try to tell me you forgot about that.
Not so fast. It's too soon to decide she's
Why?
the killer. We haven't established how the killer was able to leave the beach house.
Now that you mention it, you're right.
The roadside door was blocked. And if it's impossible to leave from the beachside without leaving footprints, then how the fuck did the killer escape?
Why are you all fired up, Fuyuhiko? You're not the suspect. Peko is.
Who cares about that? Answer me! If you have an explanation, then show me what you got!
Working together.
We might have an answer.
Huh?
Do you really? This mystery seems unsolvable.
Well, if Peko is the killer, then I might just have an answer to that mystery.
I see. Then let's hear this alleged method of escaping the beach house.
First, let's establish how the killer escaped.
It's the small window in the shower.
If the roadside and beachside doors aren't an option, the only other thing I can think of is...
Oh yeah, Fuyuko's voice actor is doing good work.
Well, nothing
Absolutely.
really. Except that small window in the shower room.
Huh. Don't you know how high that window is? There's no way Peko could have reached it.
It's like when the characters allow for it, the voice actors in Danganronpa really can just put in a lot of good work. Like Genocide Jack, she goes ham.
But what if, for instance, she got help from someone?
She had so much fun with that role, especially in Ultra Despair Girls.
She might have reached it by riding someone's shoulders, but then that person would have been left behind.
Is it possible an object was used? A rope, for instance?
And what happened to the rope after they used it? And don't say something stupid like they threw it outside.
Of course not! That would violate the school trip rule!
Littering is prohibited. Even if it might be evidence, rules are still rules.
You see? There's no way they'd be able to escape from that window.
No. They
Yeah,
just have to
Hachime's.
use an object.
It's alright, he's serviceable.
Chiaki, don't fall asleep on us! We just said they couldn't use an object!
You did? I thought you were saying they couldn't dispose of an object. I see. You don't have to throw it
Sorry,
away.
Chiaki is smarter than the
Just
two of you.
hide it somewhere on your body.
Huh? Pekka was wearing Zoo, remember? Where would she even hide an object?
She had their fucking sword
Say
with
she
her.
hid it in her special place. I'll stab you in yours.
Oh, don't be mean to me, God. Oh yeah, here we go. Improved Hangman's Gambit. Alright. What did the killer use to escape the shower room? Now, what words does it want me to choose?
Oh, right. There's the display question.
I know. What did the killer use to escape out of the window in the shower room?
That pizza was so good, dude. Oh, pizza, man. No. It's Hangman's Gambit, but worse.
It's improved Hangman's Gambit. Because if the letters touch each other, they explode! And you have to kind of manage the letters that are on screen. Let's see. I have actually no idea what the first word's supposed to be. Or the second word.
Well, if you already know what the first word is, you'll have plenty of time to think about it while playing this erroneous game.
No, I don't know what either words is. Yeah. Goodness.
I hate this answer.
I'm gonna pick a letter. Alright. Starting with a B. Alright, guess the wrong vowel. Okay. B-A.
Yeah, so this just doesn't translate very well. Like, I don't know what the translators thought they were doing with this, but it's just... So, sweetie, I'm so sorry. No, I know what it is. Bullshit.
Oh, I got it.
Just the first word?
Oh, I got both. Bamboo sword.
So, yeah, the problem being, how would you know it's made out of bamboo, and is the sword even made out of bamboo to begin with? You haven't actually seen the kendo sword. I'm sorry, dear. Good on you for figuring it out.
There we go. That makes sense.
Fuck this game.
Yeah, I had no idea it was
You
based.
carry that
Like,
bamboo sword on your back at all times, right?
I figured it was the second word was sword, but because I couldn't figure out the first word, I had like maybe it isn't sword. But no, I was right. Why can't it just be sword? Because video
the
game.
translators of this game hated you.
If I recall correctly, you had it then too.
Yeah, I figured it's like she had it on her back.
Despite the fact that you had a swimsuit on, you were still wearing your bamboo sword.
Are you saying she used that bamboo sword to escape through the window?
Yeah.
And
Peko
then
used
through
that
the
bamboo
walls?
sword as a step stool.
The little
and
sweat
escaped
drops
out the
down
window.
your ball. Through the window, through the wall.
You see? I knew it! I knew it was a ninja! Didn't I tell ya? A ninja could have climbed that easily! Ninjas know a climbing trick where they lean their sword against a wall and use the handguard as a
I can't believe she said something smart.
Right?
Wow! Just like a Japanese ninja!
Oh, you fucking weeb.
But like legit, you haven't
Sonia,
even seen what her sword looks
ninjas
like.
only
How are you
exist in
supposed to say it's
Japan.
bamboo?
Exactly. I've only ever seen it on her back wrapped up.
Well, it is a bamboo sword,
Oh,
but I'm
fuck
sure
this
a
game.
slender girl like Peko
Fuck the
could easily use
translators
it to climb.
specifically.
She did say that it, in the very, like, during the party, since Byakuya didn't take it, it was mentioned that it wasn't like a sharp tool or something. Or was it? No, I think that was just us talking, being like she could probably still kill someone with that thing. I
Well,
don't
she did mention. No, she mentioned it's like, oh, it's not an actual sword, but a poorly aimed blow could still kill somebody in my hands.
Gotcha.
A well-aimed blow as well, actually.
Yeah.
Well, Peko, do you have anything to say?
They say bamboo like 10 times after it, yeah.
That's bullshit.
And I talk.
Hold on a sec, you bastard! You're saying she used her sword as a step stool and went out the fucking window? Then what about the sword? It would have been left in the shower room and she wouldn't have been able to recover it, dumbass!
Fuyuhiko, why do you even care?
Shut up! Just shut the fuck up and answer me! If you have an answer, then fucking give it to me!
Language sir?
Because she didn't use a sword, she actually used him as a piggyback to him away.
If she used a bamboo sword as a step stool, it would have been left behind!
He is about to pop a fizzle. Alright. Let's see. Lock on and attack. And then reload.
That's obviously impossible! Shut up! Shut up! Don't fuck with me! Got proof, you bastard? Shut up! Shut up! Don't fuck with me! Got proof, you bastard? That's obviously impossible! Bastard! Got proof, you bastard? I'll sell your fucking organs! You're pissing me off! You're pissing me off! Bastard! Shut up! If she used the bamboo sword as a step stool,
Okay,
it would have been left behind!
bamboo sword bag.
This is the end!
If she used her bamboo sword as a stepstone, she could have recovered it with her sword bag. When
Well,
she
that also
leaned her
works.
sword against the wall to use as a stepstone, she tied her sword back to it.
Nice
After
shot.
she climbed up to the window,
10 out of
as
10.
long as she hauled the bag up toward her,
Oh yeah, that one happened to me, Flutter Dash, absolutely.
she would have been able to recover her bamboo sword.
I had an on the meat bone.
I see. Not just the bamboo sword, but even the sword bag, too. She used them both to escape. Akane said she's like a ninja, but it's nothing as silly as that. Simply put, only Peko could have performed this feat. An escape plan befitting of the ultimate swordswoman. Even so, how disappointing. If you'd only let me work with you, it would have been an even greater plan.
No! You just back off!
Is it true? You
Hold on! You're just making assumptions! You don't have any proof. I won't accept this unless there's proof! Got it, you bastard?
It's fine.
Huh?
I said it's fine. Saying anything more would just be an exercise in futility.
Mhm.
Among flowers, the cherry blossom. Among men, the samurai. I commend your decisiveness, at least. Very well. If you admit it, this ends now. Let's cast our votes.
Agreed. Hurry up and vote.
Hold on. Let me confirm one thing first.
I like how Hajime and Chiaki are just kind of like, no, it shouldn't be this easy. It's a video game.
Wait until after the voting.
This is important, and it relates to the voting. It's about Peko's motive.
Also, can I just say that I'm getting pretty sick that both in this trial and in the first trial there was a person that was like, no, vote for me, even though I'm not actually the killer. At least, I at this point, with how things are going, assume Peko is not actually the killer. But just an accomplice. I really hope they're not planning to pull this trick for the trial.
My motive?
In the end, you had no connection to the events depicted in Twilight Syndrome murder case, right? Then, why did you kill Mahiru?
So it's about that. Let's see. If I must answer that question, I must say it was for the sake of justice.
Justice?
In order to protect the justice of this world.
You alright?
I do not sully my hands to satisfy personal grudges. There is only one reason I kill. For the sake of protecting justice.
Oh no! It's sparkling justice! Woo!
What are
Okay.
you saying?
Justice is what makes humans human. It's a virtue that human beings should be proud of. Justice is the eternal sun, and the enduring moon, the protective father, and the smiling mother. Hello! Earth to Peko! If justice ever disappeared from this world, the world would immediately freeze, and people's smiles would vanish.
Hey, that's where we at.
I will not allow that.
It's fine, just stop it!
Justice must always be there to guide us, to shine bright above our heads.
I'm telling you to stop it!
So I must fight. I must continue to fight to protect justice. This is... Could she be...
Go get an autograph, Sonia. This is your only chance. Come on.
Shines upon my mask. I expose the hearts of malevolent evil. Justice complete. The center of justice that is pierced by justice. The lead star of justice that shines in the night sky. That would be me. Sparkling justice! Now then, let's execute justice!
What?
Pretty cringe, bro. Alright, so, Nat, I think you must have missed the part earlier. This mask that she's wearing was found at the crime scene, and Sonia, who is a massive fanboy of serial killers apparently, related it to the serial killer Sparkling Justice, who goes around killing only criminals. They're like a vigilante, you know? So, you know, in the name of justice, and they always wear a mask of a hero of various shows. In this case, it was of a girly-ass anime. So that's why she's wearing the mask, and that's why she's spouting all of that nonsense.
What the fuck?
But this is Nat a few seconds ago.
Echo, what are you doing?
I am Sparkling Justice. In the name of sparkling, shining
It's pretty
justice,
cringe, bro.
I have come to deliver justice. What's going on? What's this? Chill. Pecco finally snapped! Everyone, please be careful. Sparkling Justice is a serial killer who claims to be an ally of justice.
Yeah, we've got
Clad
this.
in her various hero masks, she is a serial killer who exclusively targets other criminals. She is supposed to be... but... huh?
An ally of justice? So that's why you're wearing a mask.
This mask is the dividing line. Just like various idols, the sun is revered because it lies just beyond your gates. Justice should also be the same.
Oh god,
I
she
don't
started
get it, but
speaking in
this
emotes.
is becoming really crazy.
This is becoming increasingly Japanese.
This is turning out to be a surprising turn of events. Hey! Now's not the time for you to be sleeping. Take a look. It's a killer.
This again?
Huh? Keep talking?
That's us.
So what's your answer to my previous question? Why did you kill Mahiru?
This world must always be bathed in the light of justice. I must not allow even one shadow. Evil must be eliminated immediately.
The fucking emotes, dude. It's just...
No matter what, I must not overlook evil.
Evil? Are you saying Mahiru is...
If you knew about that incident, then you must have played the game. Am I right?
And because of that, I was able to find the killer's accomplice hiding on this island like a sewer rat.
Then the reason you killed Mahiru was...
To protect justice, of course.
God, this is so cringe.
In order to protect justice, I have become its merciless sword. And executed justice.
Holy crap! She's such a stereotypical psychopath!
She's so gross!
Bless you, Hiyoko.
Echo, is this your true identity?
My true identity? I have already forgotten who I am. It just shows my determination. My determination to protect by throwing away what's most important. I'm willing to become anybody to shower this world with justice.
I can't stand this anymore! Let's just end this.
This is the most amusing part of this trial so far, I gotta say. It's just so ridiculous. I love it.
Let's go over this incident one more time and then let's end this.
You got to make a comic book after this. Anyway, let's go. See there. It would make sense. She was the one who opened the attack on Hiyoko. Okay.
I believe in you here.
Alright, I get hints by going out for the thing. I'm an idiot. On the morning of the incident, Mahiru met
Herself.
in order to lure Mahiru. Alright. To arrive at the beach house. Next one to arrive at the beach house. Where it is. Leave next to the body. That would be theft. Where should I hide? Equal left line piece of evidence. Alrighty. Alright. Sneaky. In the closet, something clean, brilliant. Yep. What do we got next? Here. Technically, the first one was the killer, but sure.
Yeah.
There we go. Different sword. In order to lure. The gummy.
Here's everything that
There we
happened
go.
in this case.
I did it.
The incident began this morning when Mahiru spoke to Hiyoko. Mahiru most likely played Twilight Syndrome Murder Case, the video game provided to us as the motive. She probably wanted to discuss it with someone else who also appeared in the game as a character. Hiyoko accepted Mahiru's invitation, and they promised to have a more detailed conversation about it later. However, someone else overheard their exchange, the killer.
Ooh.
The killer eavesdropped on their conversation and used their promise to devise a specific murder plan.
This case and the previous case, by the way, are why I'm not going into this having a killer in mind, and I'm looking specifically for evidence directed at that killer that I think it is. Because there was no way I could have suspected her beforehand. There was just simply not enough evidence. It only popped up during the trial. Same with Teru.
By preparing a specific item, they plan to manipulate the two's actions. That item was the letters. They sent fake letters to both Mahiru and Hyoko.
I'm not saying there's anything wrong with that, for the record. It's just, you have to keep it in mind going into these games.
The letter Mahiru received told her to come to the beach house at 2:30 p.m.
Not every killing can
And
be
the letter Hyoko
Leon.
received told her to come to the beach house at exactly 2 p.m. By providing different times, the killer was able
Agreed,
to lure them
Cheap
to the
Pro,
beach
but
house.
unrelated. I don't
Hyoko
mind.
totally trusted that
I don't
letter.
mind that it was Teru
Showed up
that
at
died
the beach
first.
house
I'm
at 2
happy,
p.m.,
actually.
just like it said. And was drugged into unconsciousness by the killer lying in wait.
Teru was a fucking annoying buck. He was guaranteed not to be gone quickly. I don't know, man. Toko survived all the way to the end in game 1.
Yep.
But that's not exactly a rule that Danganronpa goes by.
After putting Hyoko to sleep, the killer immediately hid her inside the closet, so they could frame her as the killer later. At 2:30 p.m., Mahiru arrived at the beach house. She was completely unaware that she had been targeted for murder.
Just let you have this one. No, you're wrong!
Approaching her from behind, the killer struck the defenseless Mahiru with a specific weapon. The metal bat that was left at the scene of the crime.
Shots fired at Toko? Hell yeah, shots fired at Toko.
The bat was brought down onto the back of Mahiru's head, and with that, she took her last breath. According to Mikan's autopsy, Mahiru died instantly, so she probably never knew who killed her.
At least her alter ego was good. She was pretty lackluster in Danganronpa 1. She was... Genocide Jack, however, is the best character in Ultra Despair Girls. The actual serial killer is the best character in Despair Girls. It's pretty funny.
With that, the killer achieved their goal of killing Mahiru and began to tamper with the crime scene. They dragged Mahiru's body so that it blocked the door leading to the road.
No, I watched Punchy's playthrough of Despair Girls. I fortunately did not have to suffer through that myself. But Kid and I just finished watching that today, actually.
Also, the mask found at the scene of the crime was something the killer personally left. I'm not really sure why. My guess is it's something similar to a calling card. That's how the crime scene we discovered was created.
What Depot said.
However, by moving Mahiru's body, the killer got blood splatter on them. Plus, the shower room had no water because it was out of order, so they couldn't wash it off. But the killer expected something like that to happen. Instead of the shower, the killer used something else to wash the blood off their body. They used plastic water bottles that were inside the beach house refrigerator. We can assume they carried the bottles to the shower room before the sequence of events had happened. In place of showering, they washed the blood off their body with water bottles instead. However, they had no choice but to dispose of the empty bottles in the beach house's trash can. Littering is against the rules, and it would have taken too much time to throw them away somewhere else. After the killer washed off the blood, they hid in a specific spot inside the closet Hyoko was in. The killer hid inside the surfboard case that they had already emptied beforehand. After some time had passed, the sleeping drug used on Hiyoko wore off, and she woke up. I can imagine how badly Hiyoko must have panicked when she came out of the closet. I mean, she made plans to see Mahiru, who lay dead right in front of her. From the shock and panic of being considered a murder suspect, Hiyoko fled from the beach house. Because of that, she left footprints in the sand. Everything was a trap set by the killer to frame her. After Hiyoko left, the killer finally came out of the surfboard case and placed a gummy that they brought with them to shift our suspicion toward Hiyoko. Ironically, placing that gummy is what helped clear our suspicion toward Hiyoko. Finally, the killer began preparing to escape from the beach house. They couldn't risk leaving their footprints in the sand, so they escaped the beach house using a different route, the small window in the shower room. However, that window is rather high up and can't be reached easily, which is why the killer used the bamboo sword they always carry with them. The killer took the bamboo sword out of its bag, tied the bag to the sword's handle, and used the sword as a step stool to reach the small window while holding the sword bag in their hand. As long as they're able to reach the window, all they had to do was pull the bag to retrieve the sword. And so the killer left the beach house and appeared before us as if nothing had happened. But their wet hair and swimsuit didn't dry right away. There also weren't any towels at the beach house. So when the killer met up with us, they said they had been swimming for a while as an excuse. So how about it? This is the truth behind the incident you caused. Isn't that right, Peko Pekoyama?
Peko Peko.
I see. And what of it? She's like, totally cool with it. I haven't done anything to be ashamed of. What are you saying? You killed Mahiru! Wrong! I punished evil in the name of justice. That's no reason to condemn me.
Oh, she's hilarious.
Let's hurry up and vote so we can freaking kill this weird, crazy bitch.
There's no way you can kill me. Justice can never be killed. You should all know that as well.
What are you saying?
To protect what's most important.
Thank you for this, by the way, Flutter
You must
Dash.
be
I love
prepared
that.
to throw away something equally important. Understand?
Did not know that, G-Bro, but thank you.
I don't get it. Then I shall be direct. Justice must carry on in order to keep justice. To keep me alive, you all must give up your lives.
Are you serious?
It's not serious. It's justice. If I fall,
Nothing serious about justice.
who will combat the evils of this world?
Don't worry, there's plenty other serial killers that can take take your place.
Now, follow your hearts of justice that reside within you all, and save my life to protect justice. Hurry and carry on justice.
Give me a break! Who's gonna die for you?
If we let Peko go, we're all gonna get killed. For the sake of grand justice.
Do these show up properly on Chatty, actually? I'm not looking at Chatty right now. Yes, they do. Bless. Oh, bless, 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 bless.
Don't worry. The justice that you give your life to protect will never go to waste.
I can't stand her anymore. Let's vote already and execute her.
Thank you, Hero.
However, before we do that,
Monokuma, the vote!
No, let that bitch. Let that bitch get her autograph. Come on.
I'm awake!
we finally woke up.
I heard your story! Well, I wasn't listening, but who cares? Now then, please pull the lever in front of you and cast your vote! Who will be chosen as the blackened? Will you make the right choice or the dreadfully wrong one? Such heart-pounding excitement!
Who's it gonna be? Yeah! Yo, what's up, Lexa? Thank you for the
Pardon
raid.
me, can we please have a little more time?
Welcome everybody to Danganronpa. We just finished the second trial. Peko did the killing, and now Sonia is gonna be your little crazy serial killer fanboy and ask a lot of stuff.
Pardon me, can we have a little bit more time? Please let us continue our discussion.
Continue our discussion? But isn't the voting over?
Yes, but I cannot help but feel strange. Something about this is definitely strange.
Strange? What do you mean? There's no doubt that Peko is the killer.
That is true. However,
As a serial killer enthusiast, you're wondering if Petco is really sparkling justice, am I right?
Hey, Miss Sonia isn't a serial killer enthusiast.
Yes, she is.
She just
Stop
has a little
simping.
more passion about them than most.
That makes her an enthusiast.
Thank you.
Honestly, it felt strange to me too. I mean, there's a distinct difference between what we know about sparkling justice and Petco, right?
distinct difference?
You know, Sonia describes sparkling justice like this.
Justice complete! The center of justice that is pierced by justice! The lead star of justice that shines in the night sky! That would be me! Sparkling justice!
Oh yeah, she didn't use the catchphrase. I don't think I was paying enough attention to this. Okay. Okay. This one's on me, guys. This one's on me.
I think the game said this very well.
Okay. It's also on me, though.
Maybe a little bit.
Little bit.
There was a hint, but it's still not a good hint.
I see. That's right. According to what Sonia said,
The article was written in their native language, so I tried to translate it.
Right. Right.
if she had it translated, that means it wasn't written in English, right?
See, the difficult part for us is that she is speaking in English.
Yes, the magazine I read was written in Spanish.
We didn't know that.
So, Sparkling Justice's catchphrase was no doubt written in Spanish as well. Which means the journalist and
She had to
Sparkling
translate
Justice
the
are both...
thing.
From Spain?
Yes, but it was English.
What?
She read out the version that she translated herself. Like, Sonia's the one that translated it. I'm siding with the game on this one, actually. What is your problem exactly?
My problem was if you were playing the English dub,
Yes.
confusingly the oh, never mind. What I'm thinking was in English was the Jabberwock Highlander.
Yes.
Yes, never mind that. God no. I thought that was shown to be in English too, but you're right. That it said it was never actually stated
No,
what the
it-
nationality was.
Exactly, just the native language is what Sonia... Yeah.
Peko, you're not sparkling
Hi.
justice. There's no way that's possible.
Hello, Bungie.
If you insist that you're Sparkling Justice, can you try saying that catchphrase in Spanish?
Will you be able to do that?
Hola, senor. Justice es supremo.
It appears that the time has come for this mask to come off. However, that's perfectly fine. It's no longer necessary. And even if you find out now, it's too late for you all to do anything about it.
Alright, what's your story, Ani? We have not spent a lot of time with you yet.
Has already been finished. My duty as a tool has already been completed in full.
Uh-huh? Looks like she's back to normal?
That mask has fulfilled its purpose, just as I have.
What do you mean? Fulfilled its purpose? Too late? What are you getting at?
Now that you've already cast your votes, is what it means.
Hey, be clearer! We're asking you what your purpose was!
I have no purpose. I am just a mere tool.
Tool? What do you mean?
Ah.
She called herself a tool, which means someone else used her then?
Of course. A tool cannot do anything
Is it
on its
you,
own.
Rico?
I see. I finally understand. Well, I did have a sneaking suspicion all along.
What do you mean?
I mean, besides Peko and Kyoko, someone else was also at the beach house.
Someone else?
There is proof that establishes that fact. Try to remember it. I see!
Are you talking about the body discovery announcement?
Yep, that's right. I mean, didn't Monokuma say so earlier?
The thing I figured out. Yay!
Good job, you did that on your own.
I did it on my own!
That announcement is made when at least 3 people discover a body. And in this particular case, the killer, Peko, is not one of those 3. If that's the case, it would mean only Hyoko and Kazuichi discovered the body, but...
I see. That leaves us one person short.
So that means there was one more person in the beach house!
Plus, the fact that Monokuma tried to hide that truth from us by being flexible with his own rules. That's such a vital clue that it could alter the outcome of the trial. Like an accomplice, for example.
No, that's not it.
Huh? Am I wrong?
Yes, from your basic way of thinking about it, you are wrong. Didn't I tell you? I'm just a tool. That means I'm just a simple tool to be used by that person.
The Yakuza, the assassin.
Therefore, that person would have the strongest motive out of anybody else here, right?
Very shorty McBabyface.
You're the only one! Is it for Yuriko?
I see. Now I finally see the connection. The connection between the motive and the incident.
But even if it's the
Why
motive,
would he get his
it's
own
just a
hands
game,
dirty?
right? There's no reason to believe it's even true.
Chiaki's hoodie is cute, yes.
Would you call a game like that a strong motive?
The ending prize, where that's... There it is.
I can prove it with this.
I didn't think it was necessary to confirm it if it didn't have anything to do with Mahiru's murder, but there's no doubt that game is based on actual events. That much is clear if you saw the ending prize. The photos awarded for beating the game are not actual in-game screenshots. They're all actual photos, with the surrounding scenery cropped out. You knew all along, Fuyuhiko, didn't you? You knew whether or not the first victim in the game was actually your little sister, right? Because Whoever beat the game first can receive the ending prize.
Like, why does it... Hachime, your memory sucks sometimes, dude. It's like,
It was the
you could
envelope, right?
have brought the
The person
envelope
who
thing
received
up
the ending prize.
much earlier.
It was you, wasn't it?
If you were shown a photograph of your sister's dead body, you'd have no choice but to believe it. Even so, you wanted to deny the truth. That's why you sent those photos to
Because still in
to
shock.
confirm it.
Hey! Why are we talking about Fuyuhiko? Who cares? Because Peko is the killer, right? But he already voted.
That's why I told you. You're all too late. As I said before, I exist as nothing more than a tool. I had no motive for killing Mahiru. No reason to kill. Not even the will to kill. I was simply used as a tool. As long as I am a tool,
And don't worry about your
And
votes,
not
kids. You're still
define
voted
my
correctly.
beliefs.
It's about the one that does the killing, not the one that ordered the killing.
Hey! What's going on? Can anyone give me a simpler explanation?
Oh, honey.
Means I'm not the killer.
Yes, you are.
The true killer, who used me as their weapon to kill Mahiru Koizumi, was Fuyuhiko Kuzuryu.
What?
What the hell?
I see. That's what you were aiming for all along.
No, I have no aim. But my young master does. My young master planned this from the start.
Which is why she was the only one that got along and managed to get Fuyuhiko sometime.
Is the truth of this case. I'm sure you realize it by now. But it's too late. We cannot undo the vote.
That's a problem. If Peko's allegation holds up, that means our vote was incorrect.
In that case,
No.
the person who gets to live is...
Just... me?
That's nuts! No matter how you look at it, that's completely insane!
How would Peko be a tool in the first place? Peko is a legitimate human being!
That's not for you to decide. It's for Monokuma. The votes have been cast. All we can do now is wait and see what Monokuma decides.
What the hell?
Don't worry, you're safe.
You gotta admit though,
Mm-hmm.
Peko and Fuyuhiko certainly got much farther than any other killers we've seen before.
I don't know, Mondo got pretty fucking far, dude.
You're right.
Mondo would have gotten away with it if Monokuma didn't fucking out him.
Mm-hmm. And they didn't write him to be an idiot at the worst moment.
Yeah.
I'm in a bind, and what a bind it is. I guess for now, let's take a quick recess. We'll be right back after this commercial break.
Sure, Monokuma.
Sorry.
Hey!
How would you hesitate?
Hey, hey!
Well... You just don't know.
Hey,
It's alright, this is just such a...
No. I'm nothing but a tool.
What?
Dark, bro.
Thank you, D-Bro.
If my young master is attacked, I must defend him as his shield. If he intends to kill, I must be his sword.
Oh, baby, the little baby with
Little
a sword.
baby.
Little baby. This was written by a man.
Yeah.
We've all kind of copied your shtick at this point, Ebro.
That
'Cause
is
it's
my
very,
only
very
reason
true.
For living. Before I am human, I am my young master's tool, first and foremost. Until this body of mine can no longer move, I shall fulfill my duty until the very end.
That is...
Nothing.
Huh?
You fiend.
No.
Ugh.
I am nothing but a tool.
Damn it. Damn it! Don't fuck with me!
You...
Mm-hmm.
So...
But...
Yeah, you did indeed make it before punishment time.
Oh my!
Huh? But...
Are you serious?
Oh...
Mm-hmm.
But... Hey,
What the?
Damn it!
Mm-hmm.
And so...
That is...
Hey!
Why, you...
But...
Why?
Shut the hell up!
What are you saying?
Mm-hmm.
Jeez. Yeah. Huh?
Young master, I am finished.
Had to get one last shot in.
What?
Of course!
Mm-hmm.
Be quiet.
Oh, I like the cut of her jib. Man, this Monokuma is surprisingly, you know, accepting of all of our bullshit.
It cannot be.
Hey,
Yeah, I don't.
obviously wrong.
I know that logic makes sense to you, honey, but I'm.
No.
This is troubling.
Come on, please let this Monokuma be
I see.
consistent with its own rules as well.
Great.
Wrong.
Now then. Huh? Hey.
Hello, Sayer. Least favorite Teru, but he's already gone. Favorites undecided. It's Gundam, Chiaki, Mikan, they're all up there. Naruto is up, but it's not up there. Right on cue.
Hold on.
I actually know some people that really liked Teru and were really sad that he died, so we're like...
What a poor judge of character they were.
What? Jeez.
Hey.
Yeah. Huh? Yeah.
Young master. Young master.
Hey.
Ooh.
Damn it.
Certainly dragged out.
Young master, I am finished.
You? What the hell did you do? You already know, right? What's going to happen after you kill someone?
I did it because I know. There is no way I can let that happen to you.
Hey, Pekka. Do you remember what I told you when we first arrived on this island? Our professional relationship doesn't exist on this island. We're just fellow high school students now. You need to run. Got it? Just let me take the fall so you can get away.
Young master,
Aww.
that is impossible.
He's a surprisingly good boy.
You not to worry about me.
There is no way I cannot worry about you.
Turns
I am
out you're both human after
my young
all.
master's tool. Without an owner, the tool serves no purpose.
God damn it, we are done with that crap! Why won't you listen to what I'm saying?
Regardless, I will not flee. Besides, I'm fairly certain they'll discover the truth soon enough.
Yuriko become
Why did
human.
you...
Oh my god. Written and directed by David Cage.
I have a plan.
Huh? A plan?
Please do not worry. I promise I will keep my young master alive and return him safely home.
You idiot. What do you intend to do?
I intend to fulfill my duty as your tool. Now please, go! Hiyoko will be waking up soon.
No.
After you leave, I must block the door to the road with Mahiru's body. Hurry!
Damn it. You better run away. Got it? Just forget about me. Forget about the Kuzuryu clan. You better escape.
I don't want to be compared to David Cage. That man's something special.
Sorry.
Young master.
I'm a disgrace. Echo.
Young master.
Oh, too bad.
Good boy. Good boy.
Why you?
Hey. Jeez.
Sorry. Huh?
Young master.
Don't worry. You can be a Yakuza with a kind heart. Be like Kiryu. Kazuma Kiryu. Oh, what's the name of the guy in Like a Dragon? Ichiban. Be like Ichiban.
What?
Even so, I wanted you to escape.
Echo.
I am terribly sorry. Goodbye.
Bye-bye.
And please do not cause a senseless killing such as this ever again.
Don't worry, there will be at least 3 more, I assume.
I will never feel despair.
Dame, dame. Dame, oh, dame.
So cool.
Young Master Fuyuhiko,
So,
I want you to remember.
jeez.
Thrills, chills, kills.
Why?
Now then, I prepared a very special punishment.
I never needed a tool. So you didn't need to become a tool.
Let's give it
Everything we've got.
You just needed to be yourself. I never wanted a tool. I just wanted you. Only you.
Young Master?
Why? Why couldn't you understand? We've always been together ever since we were kids!
Let's go! It's punishment time!
Shut up, Monokuma. They're having a heartfelt
Please,
moment.
Echo. Don't go! I need you! Don't leave me!
Young Master? Young Master!
I'm telling you, man, Fuyuhiko's been growing on me a lot. Echo, I was, I didn't dislike her. But I didn't care all that much either. She was alright. I'm glad they haven't been killing off my favorites yet, though I do still miss Fat Byakuya. Thank you, Soda, for your wonderful commentary. Also, dang, I did not expect that. Did not expect him to go for Yukiko as well.
Such a waste.
That's something Monokuma will do, though. It's like, what, you're trying to make me decide whom's of the two? It's like, alright, I'll just do both then. Fuck him. Fuck him. You say you're both the killer? There you go.
Damn it.
Oh.
Punch him! Punch him!
Despair. Isn't that right?
Nagito. Him.
Listen carefully.
Yeah, I did not.
Everyone!
You serious?
Double twist!
He's still breathing.
Is he gonna be okay?
Don't worry, we have the ultimate
Do
nurse.
something! Hey! You need to save him! Hey!
I'm trying! But his blood, he won't stop bleeding out! His pulse is getting weaker!
Can't you do anything about it? God damn it!
You're so stupid.
You stupid brother!
I don't believe it. What the heck?
That's wrong!
Gotta follow your own rules, bum.
Hey! Hey!
Unbelievable. Fine. So, like,
Oh boy.
An ambulance?
just leave the rest to me, Dr. Killgood.
Dr. Killgood, you've already killed your patients!
We gotta get this patient to the Monokuma Hospital ER and get him under 24-hour observation stat. So, I'll see you later.
I assume there's gonna be a hospital on the third island. We'll see.
Damn it. Perhaps.
That, or he's gonna become a really easy target for the next kill.
However,
Fall, my tears.
He's
Damn
so poetic.
Mm-hmm. He's a good boy. Yoko! Mm-hmm. Gundam is very much a chuny. Despair. Okay. Now, what are you up
See
to?
it, right? You can see this countdown too? Poor people are already gone. We took our time preparing the hope fragments, but now we're no longer able to gather them. Honestly, I'm not so sure anymore whether it's better if we let them leave this island or if we shouldn't let them escape. For those kids, which option is hope and which is despair?
Mm-hmm.
But I guess there's no time to hesitate. If this countdown reaches 0, that guy will probably take over our plan's final stage as well. What lies beyond that is the foul resurrection of the ultimate despair, and the continuation of the biggest, most awful, most tragic event in human history.
The most biggest, most awfulest, most tragicest events in human history.
That cannot be allowed. We must prevent that by any means necessary. Even if we have to pay the ultimate price, I will definitely prevent it by any means.
Sounds good, Monami.
Everything is for the sake of a future filled with hope.
Forgot this was called Cyd and Coconuts. Oh, it's brilliant. Alright.
You know, when you think of it, if you combine their weights together, it's still not as much of a loss as Byakuya.
Yeah. Yeah. I would like to say yes. Question marks and dot dot dots. That is a very good place to end it.
Are you sure?
Yes?
Okay.
What? Do you think I should keep going? It's almost 2 a.m., dude.
I mean, not necessarily, but it's just... I don't like being left on a cliffhanger.
Is this a cliffhanger?
Yeah!
Cliffhanger to what?
I don't know. It's suspicious. You're a big bully is all I'm saying.
There we go. We figured it out. No one's here. Not a cliffhanger.
Okay, that's better.
Fine. We'll get to the point where I have control, essentially.
Okay, you can stop now. Now that we know who it is, it's not a cliffhanger.
Can you stop?
I just wanted to know who the question marks were. If you continue for like another 4 minutes, that there's also a good time to stop.
I figured as much. Ding dong bing bong.
Ahem! Hope good morning! then. Let's...
Alright. I wonder if you can actually go in Byakuya in his room.
Oh hey, I got all of the second chapter Monokumas. Just,
Okay.
just need to get that chapter 1 Monokuma. Alright, I'm gonna call it here now. We'll find out next time what Hiyoko is up to. There's always more to find out with this game. So yeah, next stream, go to the restaurant, figure out what's up, explore the new islands, stuff like that. And let's see. Well, we'll see where I decide to call it at that point. This still ended up being a longer stream than I expected. The trial took a while.
I think most will, huh?
Hmm?
Most probably will, huh?
Probably.
The trial sections are just a bit longer than the other part.
Yeah. So next time I'll probably either do just a story leading up to an investigation, or I include the investigation in it, I'm not sure. Kinda depends how it goes. But that'll be fine. Oh. Did you do a poopy? No, you did not. You're still full of hope. Alright. Saved. So far I'm doing pretty good on putting points into people that haven't died. Which means I will have enough free times to max out Mikon before she inevitably dies. I'm just so convinced she's gonna die. She's a weak little lamb to be protected, so she's gonna die. Sony's probably didn't do it. I kind of lost interest in him once he started simping for Sonya, I'll be honest. So. Just go with these three for now, and Nagito. Probably Nagito. Indeed. Indeed. Alright. Sorry there were points of frustration, but I do want to be honest about my feelings towards this game. It's like, I am genuinely still enjoying the playthrough. But this game is a lot of bullshit. It's... Earlier I said it's like, it is... my favorite franchise that I don't actually think are very good video games. The title used to go to Kingdom Hearts, but now it's Danganronpa. Because, like, even though Kingdom Hearts story is a disaster, the writing disaster, that they are very much better video games. But still, I respect Danganronpa for what it could be. Yeah, that is part of it. It's just, and a lot of the arguments you ended up needing to make were just cases where they had to choose between, okay, either we tell them and they instantly know the answer, or we don't tell them and it's just really fucking vague to get the right answer. And this trial was absolutely full of that. And it was absolutely full of the moments of, okay, I know the answer, but how does the game want me to say it? Like, when I needed to pick the metal bat and everything, is like, all of those other things also very much connected the case with the actual murder case with the video games. I still stand by that they were all good answers, but there were a lot of moments like that. So yeah, first trial was better. But we'll see. There's a bunch more trials to go probably, so see how it goes from here. Yeah. Anyway, that's it for me. Thank you everybody for watching. It was very fun. Good to see you all, and until next time. Bye bye.